Hello and welcome to my channel. Let's see what we got in store today.
liebste Lied und um ihren liebsten Bett. Väter, lasst euch's Warnung sein, sperrt die Zuckerplätzchen ein, sperrt die Zuckerplätzchen ein. Väter, lasst euch's Warnung sein, sperrt die Zuckerplätzchen ein. Sperrt die Zuckerplätzchen ein.
through one of the marvels of modern science, I am enabled this Christmas Day to speak to all my peoples throughout the empire. I take it as a good omen that wireless should have reached its present perfection at a time when the empire has been linked in closer union. For it offers us immense possibilities to make that union closer still. It may be that our future will lay upon us more than one stern test. Our past will have taught us how to meet it unshaken. For the present, the work to which we are all equally bound is to arrive at a reasoned tranquility within our borders, to regain prosperity without self-seeking, and to carry with us those whom the burden of past years has disheartened or overborne. My life's aim has been to serve, as I might, towards those ends. Your loyalty, your confidence in me has been my abundant reward. I speak now from my home and from my heart to you all. To men and women so cut off by the snows, the desert, or the sea, that only voices out of the air can reach them. To those cut off from fuller life by blindness, sickness, or infirmity, and to those who are celebrating this day with their children and their grandchildren, to all, to each, I wish a happy Christmas. God bless you.
London is hushed, and all over the world countless millions are waiting to take part in spirit in the last journey of His Majesty King George V, away from the crowds and turmoil of his capital, to rest with his ancestors in the peace of Windsor by the quiet Thames. Her Majesty the Queen takes her place in the glass coach with the King's sister, Queen Maud of Norway, the Princess Royal and the Duchess of York. His Majesty the King moves into his position, behind the gun carriage. Then come his three brothers, and the procession moves slowly away. This last journey is the climax to all the moving, impressive scenes of the last few days. At Sandringham, it was the servants taking leave of the squire. During the lying in state, it has been the empire taking leave of its beloved father. But today, it is as if the great curtains have been thrown back, and the world takes leave of the man who was the symbol of all the might, majesty, and power of the British Commonwealth of Nations. For a few more hours, King George is surrounded by the utmost of pomp and ceremony that tradition and reverence can devise to the honor of its beloved dead. In the procession, there are 5 kings of Europe, the President of the French Republic, and diplomatic, naval, army, and air force representatives of every nation of the world. But of all this magnificent homage, the central focus is the gun carriage, drawn by a naval gun crew with the flag-draped coffin, the crown, the orb, the scepter, and the only flower is a cross from Her Majesty the Queen. Was there ever so large and yet so silent a crowd as the procession moved slowly along Piccadilly, across Hyde Park Corner, and into Hyde Park? In front of the gun carriage stretches a long, seemingly almost endless line of officers and men of the Royal Navy, the Army, the Air Force. At Marble Arch, the crowds are so great that at one time they completely block the road. But there's order and perfect silence as the royal procession passes out of the park. Then the route lies up Edgware Road, along Oxford and Cambridge Terrace, and so to Paddington Station, where the train is waiting to carry its royal burden to Windsor. Slowly it draws out, and the capital of the empire has paid its last tribute to a beloved sovereign. As the funeral train draws into Windsor Station, 100,000 people are waiting in the little town from which our royal family takes its name. Because of the enormous crowds in London, the train is over half an hour late. Again the sad procession is formed, smaller than that which moved through the London streets, but still magnificently impressive, as the King of England walks behind his dead father, and the sorrowing Queen rides in the slow-moving carriage. and still the focal point of 100,000 eyes and 100,000 hearts, the coffin, with its glittering jewels and single cross of flowers. And so through the George IV gateway into the historic castle, first built by William the Conqueror, and still, after over 800 years, one of the chief homes of the English kings. And at last the journey is over, and the coffin is borne into St. George's Chapel, the place which of all others is most appropriate to the ideals King George represented in life. This chapel of the Knights of the Garter was built as a monument to the idea of brotherhood and leadership, and in these last 25 crowded, troubled, glorious years, if there is one thing that King George has taught, it is the art of the leader who is also a brother to his followers. As long as he lived, he was the guiding star of a great nation. When he died, the little children cried in the streets.
It has been an ancient tradition of the British monarchy that the new sovereign should send a written message to his peoples. Science has made it possible for me to make that written message more personal and to speak to you all over the radio. This, however, is no innovation, for my father has, for the last few years, spoken to his peoples at Christmas time. Little more than 2 months ago, he broadcast his last Christmas message, and to many of you the sound of his voice must still seem to be ringing in your ears. He was speaking then at the close of a long and wonderful reign, which covered a period of 25 years, during which unprecedented changes have taken place, and great anxieties and problems have been shared by all. Throughout his reign, he set a high example of constant devotion to duty, and he was ever concerned for the welfare of his subjects and of all those under his protection. In times of adversity, his calm confidence was an inspiration to all his people, and he shared in their joys as well as in their sorrows. I know how in the dominions, in India, in the colonies and dependencies, the bond of loyalty to the crown, that symbol of the unity of many lands and many populations, has been strengthened by the tie of personal devotion to my father. I feel that his death is not only an overwhelming grief to my mother and to us, his children, but that it is at the same time also a personal loss to you all. To the princes and peoples of India, I send my greeting as the King Emperor. The manifestations of your sorrow and of your loyalty at this time have been a source of deep gratification to me. The associations in peace and in war between the British and Indian peoples have been long and honorable, and the example set by Queen Victoria, King Edward VII, and by King George lays on me as their successor a solemn trust to maintain and strengthen those associations. Queen Mary, my family, and myself have been greatly helped by the worldwide tributes of genuine sorrow which we have received from every side. The vast crowds assembled reverently at the funeral, the homage to the late King's memory, and the written words of sympathy by thousands of people, not only those resident within the British Empire, but in many foreign countries as well, is a thing that we will never forget. It is wonderful for us to know how universally my father's great qualities have been appreciated and valued. It is no mere form of speech to say that he reigned in the hearts of his people. And it was his happiness to know, before he died, that his long years of unstinted service were rewarded by a devotion and an affection so perfectly expressed in the Jubilee demonstrations of last year. It now falls upon me to succeed him and to carry on his work. I am better known to most of you as the Prince of Wales, as a man who, during the war and since, has had the opportunity of getting to know the people of nearly every country of the world under all conditions and circumstances. And although I now speak to you as the King, I am still that same man who has that experience and whose constant effort it will be to continue to promote the well-being of his fellow men. May the future bring peace and understanding throughout the world, prosperity and happiness to British people, and may we be worthy of the heritage which is ours.
This is Windsor Castle, His Royal Highness Prince Edward.
At long last, I am able to say a few words of my own. I have never wanted to withhold anything, but until now it has not been constitutionally possible for me to speak. A few hours ago, I discharged my last duty as King and Emperor. And now that I have been succeeded by my brother, the Duke of York, my first words must be to declare my allegiance to him. This I do with all my heart. You all know the reasons which have impelled me to renounce the throne. But I want you to understand that in making up my mind, I did not forget the country or the empire, which, as Prince of Wales and lately as King, I have for 25 years tried to serve. But you must believe me when I tell you that I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as King as I would wish to do without the help and support of the woman I love. And I want you to know that the decision I have made has been mine and mine alone. This was a thing I had to judge entirely for myself. The other person most nearly concerned has tried up to the last to persuade me to take a different course. I have made this the most serious decision of my life only upon the single thought of what would, in the end, be best for all. This decision has been made less difficult to me by the sure knowledge that my brother, with his long training in the public affairs of this country, and with his fine qualities, will be able to take my place forthwith, without interruption or injury to the life and progress of the empire. And he has one matchless blessing, enjoyed by so many of you and not bestowed on me: a happy home with his wife and children. During these hard days, I have been comforted by Her Majesty my mother and by my family. The ministers of the Crown, and in particular Mr. Baldwin, the Prime Minister, have always treated me with full consideration. There has never been any constitutional difference between me and them, and between me and Parliament. Bred in the constitutional tradition by my father, I should never have allowed any such issue to arise. Ever since I was Prince of Wales, and later on when I occupied the throne, I have been treated with the greatest kindness by all classes of the people, wherever I have lived or journeyed throughout the empire. For that, I am very grateful. I now quit altogether public affairs, and I lay down my burden. It may be some time before I return to my native land, but I shall always follow the fortunes of the British race and empire with profound interest. And if at any time in the future I can be found of service to His Majesty in a private station, I shall not fail. And now we all have a new king. I wish him and you, his people, happiness and prosperity with all my heart. God bless you all. God save the King.
His Majesty the King.
It is with a very full heart I speak to you tonight. Never before has a newly crowned king been able to talk to all his peoples in their own homes on the day of his coronation. Never has the ceremony itself had so wide a significance, for the dominions are now free and equal partners with this ancient kingdom. And I felt this morning that the whole empire was in very truth gathered within the walls of Westminster Abbey. I rejoice that I can now speak to you all wherever you may be. Greeting old friends in distant lands, and as I hope, new friends in those parts where it has not yet been my good fortune to go. In this personal way, the Queen and I wish health and happiness to you all. And we do not forget at this time of celebration those who are living under the shadow of sickness or distress. Their example of courage and good citizenship is always before us. And to them I would send a special message of sympathy and good cheer. I cannot find words with which to thank you for your love and loyalty to the Queen and myself. Your goodwill in the streets today your countless messages from overseas and from every quarter of these islands have filled our hearts to overflowing. I will only say this, that if in the coming years I can show my gratitude in service to you, that is the way above all others that I should choose. To many millions, the crown is a symbol of unity. By the grace of God and by the will of the free peoples of the British Commonwealth, I have assumed that crown. In me, as your king, is vested for a time the duty of maintaining its honor and integrity. This is indeed a grave and constant responsibility, but it gave me confidence to see your representatives around me in the Abbey and to know that you too were enabled to join in that infinitely beautiful ceremonial. Its outward forms come down from distant times, but its inner meaning and message are always anew. For the highest of distinctions is the service of others, and to the ministry of kingship I have, in your hearing, dedicated myself with the Queen at my side in words of the deepest solemnity. We will, God helping us, faithfully discharge our trust. Those of you who are children now will, I hope, retain memories of a day of carefree happiness, such as I still have of the day of my grandfather's coronation. In the years to come, some of you will travel from one part of the Commonwealth to another, and moving thus within the family circle will meet many whose thoughts are colored by the same memories, whose hearts unite in devotion to our common heritage. You will learn, I hope, how much our free association means to us, how much our friendship with each other and with all of the nations on earth can help the cause of peace and progress. The Queen and I will always keep in our hearts the inspiration of this day. May we ever be worthy of the goodwill which I am proud to think surrounds us at the outset of my reign. I thank you from my heart, and may God bless you all.
in this grave hour, perhaps the most faithful in our history, I send to every household of my people, both at home and overseas, this message, spoken with the same depth of feeling for each one of you as if I were able to cross your threshold and speak to you myself. For the second time in the lives of most of us, we are at war. Over and over again, we have tried to find a peaceful way out of the differences between ourselves and those who are now our enemies. But it has been in vain. We have been forced into a conflict, for we are called with our allies to meet the challenge of a principle which, if it were to prevail, would be fatal to any civilized order in the world. It is the principle which permits a state in the selfish pursuit of power to disregard its treaties and its solemn pledges, which sanctions the use of force or threat of force against the sovereignty and independence of other states. Such a principle, stripped of all disguise, is surely the mere primitive doctrine that might is right. And if this principle were established throughout the world, the freedom of our own country and of the whole British Commonwealth of Nations would be in danger. But far more than this, the peoples of the world would be kept in the bondage of fear, and all hopes of settled peace and of the security of justice and liberty among nations would be ended. This is the ultimate issue which confronts us. For the sake of all that we ourselves hold dear, and of the world's order and peace, it is unthinkable that we should refuse to meet the challenge. It is to this high purpose that I now call my people at home and my peoples across the seas, who will make our cause their own. I ask them to stand calm and firm and united in this time of trial. The task will be hard. There may be dark days ahead, and war can no longer be confined to the battlefield. But we can only do the right as we see the right, and reverently commit our cause to God. If one and all we keep resolutely faithful to it, ready for whatever service or sacrifice it may demand, then, with God's help, we shall prevail. May He bless and keep us all. In days of peace, the feast of Christmas is a time when we all gather together in our homes, the young and old, to enjoy the happy festivity and goodwill which the Christmas message brings. It is, above all, Children's Day, and I am sure that we shall all do our best to make it a happy one for them, wherever they may be. War brings, among other sorrows, the sadness of separation. There are many in the forces away from their homes today, and because they must stand ready and alert to resist the invader should he dare to come, or because they are guarding the dark seas, or pursuing the beaten foe in the Libyan desert. Many family circles are broken. Children from English homes are today in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. For not only has the manhood of the whole British Commonwealth rallied once more to the aid of the mother country in her hour of need, but the peoples of the empire have eagerly thrown open the doors of their homes to our children, so that they may be spared from the strain and danger of modern war. And in the United States also, where we find so many generous, loyal friends and organizations to give us unstinted help, warm-hearted people are keeping and caring for
many of our children till the war is over. But how many more children are there here who have been moved from their homes to safer quarters? To all of them, at home and abroad, who are separated from their fathers and mothers, to their kind friends and hosts, and to all who love them, and to parents who will be lonely without them. From all in our dear island, I wish every happiness that Christmas can bring. May the new year carry us towards victory and to happier Christmas days when everyone will be at home together in the years to come. To the older people here and throughout the world, I would say, in the last great war, the flower of our youth was destroyed, and the rest of the people saw but little of the battle. This time, we are all in the front line and the danger together. And I know that the older among us are proud that it should be so. Remember this. If war brings its separations, it brings a new unity also. A unity which comes from common perils and common sufferings are willingly shared. To be good comrades and good neighbors in trouble is one of the finest opportunities of the civilian population. And by facing hardship and discomfort cheerfully and resolutely, not only do they do their own duty, but they play their part in helping the fighting services to win the war. Time and again, during these last few months, I have seen for myself battered towns and cities of England, and I have seen the British people facing their ordeal. I can say to them all that they may be justly proud of their race and nation. On every side I have seen a new and splendid spirit of good fellowship springing up in adversity, a real desire to share burdens and resources alike. Out of all this suffering, there is growing a harmony which we must carry forward into the days to come, when we have endured to the end, and ours is the victory. Then, when Christmas days are happy again, and goodwill has come back to the world, we must hold fast to the spirit which binds us all together now. We shall need the spirit in each of our own lives as men and women, and shall need it even more among the nations of the world. We must go on thinking less about ourselves and more for one another. For so, and so only, can we hope to make the world a better place and life a worthier thing. And now I wish you all a happy Christmas and a happier New Year. We may look forward to it with sober confidence. We have surmounted a grave crisis. We do not underrate the dangers and difficulties which confront us still. But we take courage and comfort from the successes which our fighting men and their allies have won at heavy odds by land and air and sea. The future will be hard, but our feet are planted on the path of victory. And with the help of God, we shall make our way to justice and to peace.
We have yet to deal with the Japanese, a determined and cruel foe. To this we shall turn with the utmost resolve and with all our resources. But at this hour, when the dreadful shadow of war has passed far from our hearths and homes in these islands, we may at last make one pause for Thanksgiving and then turn our thoughts to the tasks all over the world which peace in Europe brings with it. First, and let us remember those who will not come back. Their constancy and courage in battle, their sacrifice and endurance in the face of a merciless enemy. Let us remember the men in all the services, the women in all the services who have laid down their lives. We have come to the end of our tribulation. and they are not with us at the moment of our rejoicing. And then let us salute in proud gratitude of the great host of the living who have brought us to victory. I cannot praise them to the measure of each one's service. For in a total war, the efforts of all rise to the same noble height, and all are devoted to the common purpose. Armed or unarmed, men and women, you have fought, striven, and endured to your utmost. None knows that better than I do. And as your king, I thank with a full heart those who bore arms so valiantly on land and sea or in the air, and all civilians who, shouldering their many burdens, have carried them unflinchingly without complaint. With those memories in our minds, let us think what it was that has upheld us through nearly 6 years of suffering and peril. The knowledge that everything was at stake: our freedom, our independence, our very existence as a people. But the knowledge also that in defending ourselves, we were defending the liberties of the whole world. That our cause was the cause not of this nation only, not of this empire and commonwealth only, but of every land where freedom is cherished and law and liberty go hand in hand. In the darkest hours, we knew that the enslaved and isolated peoples of Europe looked to us. Their hopes were our hopes. Their confidence confirmed our faith. We knew that if we failed or faltered, the last remaining barrier against a worldwide tyranny would have fallen in ruin. But we did not falter, and we did not fail. We kept faith with ourselves and with one another. We kept faith and unity with our great allies. That faith, that unity, have carried us to victory through dangers which at times seemed overwhelming. So let us resolve to bring to the tasks which lie ahead the same high confidence in our mission. Much hard work awaits us, both in the restoration of our own country after the ravages of war, and in helping to restore peace and sanity to a shattered world. This comes upon us at a time when we have all given of our best. For 5 long years and more, heart and brain, nerve and muscle have been directed upon the overthrow of Nazi tyranny. Now we turn, fortified by success, to deal with our last remaining foe. The Queen and I know of the ordeals which you have endured throughout the Commonwealth and Empire. We are proud to have shared some of them with you. And we know also that we shall all face the future together with stern resolve and prove that our reserves of willpower and vitality are inexhaustible. There is great comfort in the thought that the years of darkness and danger in which the children of our country have grown up are over. Please God, forever. To that end, let us turn our thoughts on this day of just a triumph and proud sorrow, and tomorrow take up our work again, resolved as a people to do nothing unworthy of those who died for us, and to make the world such a world as they would have desired for their children and for ours. This is the task to which now honor binds us. In the hour of danger, we humbly committed our cause into the hand of God, and He has been our strength and shield. Let us thank Him for His mercies, and in this hour of victory, commit ourselves and our new task to the guidance of the same strong hand. Thanks to God for a great deliverance. Speaking from our empire's oldest capital city, war battered, but never for one moment daunted or dismayed, speaking from London, I ask you to join with me in that act of thanksgiving.
His Majesty King George VI.
As I speak to you today, I would like to wish you, wherever you may be, a happy Christmas. Though we live in hard and critical times, Christmas is and always will be a time when we can count our blessings. The blessings of home, the blessing of happy family gatherings, and the blessing of the hopeful message of Christmas. I myself have every cause for deeper thankfulness, for not only by the grace of God and through the faithful skill of my doctors, surgeons, and nurses have I come through my illness, but I have learned once again that it is in bad times that we value most highly the support and sympathy of our friends. From my peoples in these islands and in the British Commonwealth and Empire, as well as from many other countries, this support and sympathy has reached me, and I thank you now from my heart. I trust that you yourselves realize how greatly your prayers and good wishes have helped me and are helping me in my recovery. It has been a great disappointment to the Queen and to myself that we have been compelled to give up for the second time the tour which we had planned for next year. We were looking forward to meeting my peoples in their own homes, and we realize that they will share our regret that this cannot be. I am very glad that our daughter, Princess Elizabeth, with her husband, will be able to visit these countries. And I know that their welcome there will be as warm as that which awaited us. You are most of you now sitting at home among your families, listening to me as I speak from mine. At Christmas we feel that the old, simple things matter most. They do not change, however much the world outside may seem to do so. When we say that Christmas brings good cheer, we do not only think of material things. We think more of the feelings of friendliness and comradeship we have one for the other. And I think that among all the blessings which we may count today, the chief one is that we are a friendly people. We do not all think alike, of course. We are such a large family of nations that this would be difficult. We each have our own ideas, but we have come to learn that differences of opinion are not the same as quality. I wonder if we realize just how precious the spirit of friendliness and kindness is. We are living in an age which is hard and cruel. And if there is anything that we can offer to the world of today, perhaps it is the example of tolerance and understanding that runs like a golden thread through the great and diverse family of the British Commonwealth of Nations. I send a special message to all those who are far from their homes and families on this Christmas Day. There is nothing new in this. We are a home-loving, but we have never been a stay-at-home people. During the war, we all looked forward so anxiously to the times when we should spend Christmas together at home. Now the troubles of the world are forcing so many of you to be away from your families. But the Queen and I join with all those of our people who are thinking today of the absent ones from the family circle, some of whom may be serving in foreign lands. They may be the young men doing their national service. They may be the officers and men of my fighting services and of the merchant services. I know that on Christmas Day, they will be thinking of their families at home, and you will be thinking of them. But especially, we are all thinking of our friends and our sons and brothers who are now facing hardships and dangers in Malaya and Korea. A band of brothers drawn from all parts of my dominions. But the Queen and I wish you all, near and far, a happy Christmas and a prosperous and peaceful New Year.
In the great hall at Westminster, a king lies in state. King George begins his last state journey through his capital to the hallowed St. George's Chapel, Windsor. The gun carriage is drawn by men of the Royal Navy in a mile-long procession. the new sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II, rode with the Queen Mother, Princess Margaret, and the Princess Royal. Then the 4 royal dukes, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Windsor, and the 16-year-old Duke of Kent. And in the next column of mourners, the King's personal naval aide-de-camp, Earl Mountbatten of Burma. From Parliament Square into the stillness of Whitehall and towards the Cenotaph.
Grant him thy peace, O Lord, we pray. Who of us all has earned it best? Who wore for us his life away? Give thou this king a warrior's rest. Back along the procession to the gun carriage now crossing Horse Guards Parade. The coffin, draped with the royal standard, bears the crown, the orb, and the scepter. And following the gun carriage, the sovereign standard, borne by a warrant officer of the Household Cavalry. In the following coach rides the Queen Mother, with her 2 daughters and her memories sustaining her on this day of grief, while at Marlborough House, the gracious and dearly loved Queen Mary was paying a mother's farewell tribute. So through the heart of the busy capital winds the solemn cavalcade. On this day of mourning, it's a London silent and still, its citizens remembering that here in this very city, their king had faced with them the dangers of the last war. Let all good things await him who cares not to be great, but as he saves or serves the state. Not once or twice in our rough island story, the path of duty was the way to glory. His duty done, to sleep serenely under royal Windsor skies. Slowly through this burial place of kings moves the cortege. Gone now is the pomp and pageantry of London's procession. Instead, a more medieval note, befitting a town so long connected with the crown. Now, the sovereign standard is borne by a mounted warrant officer of the Household Cavalry, with an escort of officers and trumpeter on his flank. Then a single carriage, the Queen's carriage, drawn by 2 Windsor greys. When the Queen entered the royal borough of Windsor, the royal standard was broken from the masthead above the round tower. Through the Cambridge gate and up the long walk towards the castle, beneath whose ancient walls stands St. George's Chapel, built nearly 500 years ago. The chapel houses 500 years of history, the resting place of kings and queens from the houses of York and Lancaster to Hanover and Windsor, all of whom have contributed to Britain's greatness. Now King George VI joins the noble company, beloved of all, not just the ruler of his people, but a friend, someone we trusted and loved. Mourned by all, not only in our Commonwealth of Nations, but by the peoples whose rulers made the long journey to London to honor his memory. The King of Sweden, the King of the Hellenes, the King of Denmark, Queen Juliana of Holland, and the King of Iraq. The presidents of France, Turkey, and Yugoslavia, all paying their respects to the perfect embodiment of a constitutional ruler. Britain has lost a good and kindly king, whose duty to his country, even unto death, was his first consideration. And as a new Elizabethan era opens before us, with all its noble heritage from the past, let us, each one of us, strive to make our young Queen's reign prosperous and great.
Each Christmas at this time, my beloved Father broadcast a message to his people in all parts of the world. Today, I am doing this to you who are now my people. As he used to do, I am speaking to you from my own home, where I am spending Christmas with my family. And let me say at once how I hope that your children are enjoying themselves as much as mine are on a day which is especially the Children's Festival, kept in honor of the child born at Bethlehem nearly 2,000 years ago. Most of you to whom I am speaking will be in your own homes, but I have a special thought for those who are serving their country in distant lands far from their families. Wherever you are, either at home or away, in snow or in sunshine, I give you my affectionate greetings with every good wish for Christmas and the New Year. At Christmas, our thoughts are always full of our homes and our families. This is the day when members of the same family try to come together, or if separated by distance or events, meet in spirit and affection by exchanging greetings. But we belong, you and I, to a far larger family. We belong, all of us, to the British Commonwealth and Empire, that immense union of nations with our homes set in all the four corners of the earth. Like our own families, it can be a great power for good, a force which I believe can be of immeasurable benefit to all humanity. My father and my grandfather before him worked all their lives to unite our peoples ever more closely and to maintain its ideals which were so near to their hearts. I shall strive to carry on their work. Already you have given me strength to do so, for since my accession 10 months ago, your loyalty and affection have been an immense support and encouragement. I want to take this Christmas Day, my first opportunity, to thank you with all my heart. Many grave problems and difficulties confront us all, but with a new faith in the old and splendid beliefs given us by our forefathers, and the strength to venture beyond the safeties of the past, I know we shall be worthy of our duty. Above all, we must keep alive that courageous spirit of adventure that is the finest quality of youth. And by youth, I do not just mean those who are young in years. I mean, too, all those who are young in heart, no matter how old they may be. That spirit still flourishes in this old country and in all the younger countries of our Commonwealth. On this broad foundation, let us set out to build a truer knowledge of ourselves and our fellow men, to work for tolerance and understanding among the nations, and to use the tremendous forces of science and learning for the betterment of man's lot upon this earth. If we can do these three things with courage, with generosity, and with humility, then surely we shall achieve that peace on earth, goodwill toward men, which is the eternal message of Christmas and the desire of us all. At my coronation next June, I shall dedicate myself anew to your service. I shall do so in the presence of a great congregation drawn from every part of the Commonwealth and Empire, while millions outside Westminster Abbey will hear the promises and the prayers being offered up within its walls, and see much of the ancient ceremony in which kings and queens before me have taken part through century upon century. You will be keeping it as a holiday, but I want to ask you all, whatever your religion may be, to pray for me on that day, to pray that God may give me wisdom and strength to carry out the solemn promises I shall be making, and that I may faithfully serve Him and you all the days of my life. May God bless and guide you all through the coming year.
When I spoke to you last at Christmas, I asked you all, whatever your religion, to pray for me on the day of my coronation, to pray that God would give me wisdom and strength to carry out the promises that I should then be making. Throughout this memorable day, I have been uplifted and sustained by the knowledge that your thoughts and prayers were with me. I have been aware all the time that my peoples, spread far and wide throughout every continent and ocean in the world, were united to support me in the task to which I have now been dedicated with such solemnity. Many thousands of you came to London from all parts of the Commonwealth and Empire to join in the ceremony, but I have been conscious too of the millions of others who have shared in it by means of wireless or television in their homes. All of you, near or far, have been united in one purpose. It is hard for me to find words in which to tell you of the strength which this knowledge has given me. The ceremonies you have seen today are ancient, and some of their origins are veiled in the mists of the past. But their spirit and their meaning shine through the ages, never perhaps more brightly than now. I have in sincerity pledged myself to your service, as so many of you are pledged to mine. Throughout all my life and with all my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust. In this resolve, I have my husband to support me. He shares all my ideals and all my affection for you. Then, although my experience is so short and my task so new, I have in my parents and grandparents an example which I can follow with certainty and with confidence. There is also this: I have behind me not only the splendid traditions and the annals of more than 1,000 years, but the living strength and majesty of the Commonwealth and Empire, of societies old and new, of lands and races different in history and origins, but all by God's will united in spirit and in aim. Therefore, I am sure that this, my coronation, is not the symbol of a power and a splendor that are gone, but a declaration of our hopes for the future, and for the years I may, by God's grace and mercy, be given to reign and serve you as your queen. I have been speaking of the vast regions and varied peoples to whom I owe my duty, But there has also sprung from our island home a theme of social and political thought which constitutes our message to the world, and through the changing generations has found acceptance both within and far beyond my realms. Parliamentary institutions, with their free speech and respect for the rights of minorities, and the inspiration of a broad tolerance in thought and its expression, all this we conceive to be a precious part of our way of life and outlook. During recent centuries, this message has been sustained and invigorated by the immense contribution in language, literature, and action of the nations of our Commonwealth overseas. It gives expression, as I pray it always will, to living principles as sacred to the Crown and monarchy as to its many parliaments and peoples. I ask you now to cherish them and practice them too. Then we can go forward together in peace, seeking justice and freedom for all men. As this day draws to its close, I know that my abiding memory of it will be not only the solemnity and beauty of the ceremony, but the inspiration of your loyalty and affection. I thank you all from a full heart. God bless you all.
Happy Christmas. 25 years ago, my grandfather broadcast the first of these Christmas messages. Today is another landmark, because television has made it possible for many of you to see me in your homes on Christmas Day. My own family often gather round to watch television, as they are at this moment, and that is how I imagine you now. I very much hope that this new medium will make my Christmas message more personal and direct. It's inevitable that I should seem a rather remote figure to many of you, a successor to the kings and queens of history, someone whose face may be familiar in newspapers and films, but who never really touches your personal lives. But now, at least for a few minutes, I welcome you to the peace of my own home. That it's possible for some of you to see me today is just another example of the speed at which things are changing all around us. Because of these changes, I'm not surprised that many people feel lost and unable to decide what to hold on to and what to discard, how to take advantage of the new life without losing the best of the old. But it's not the new inventions which are the difficulty. The trouble is caused by unthinking people who carelessly throw away ageless ideals as if they were old and outworn machinery. They would have religion thrown aside, morality in personal and public life made meaningless, honesty counted as foolishness, and self-interest set up in place of self-restraint. At this critical moment in our history, we will certainly lose the trust and respect of the world if we just abandon those fundamental principles which guided the men and women who built the greatness of this country and Commonwealth. Today, we need a special kind of courage. Not the kind needed in battle, but a kind which makes us stand up for everything that we know is right, everything that is true and honest. We need the kind of courage that can withstand the subtle corruption of the cynics, so that we can show the world that we are not afraid of the future. It has always been easy to hate and destroy. To build and to cherish is much more difficult. That's why we can take a pride in the new Commonwealth we are building. This year, Ghana and Malaya joined our brotherhood. Both these countries are entirely self-governing. Both achieved their new status amicably and peacefully. This advance is a wonderful tribute to the efforts of men of goodwill who have worked together as friends. And I welcome these two countries with all my heart. Last October, I opened the new Canadian Parliament. And as you know, this was the first time that any sovereign had done so in Ottawa. Once again, I was overwhelmed by the loyalty and enthusiasm of my Canadian people. Also during 1957, my husband and I paid visits to Portugal, France, Denmark, and the United States of America. In each case, the arrangements and formalities were managed with great skill, but no one could have managed the welcome we received from the people. In each country, I was welcomed as head of the Commonwealth and as your representative. These nations are our friends, largely because we've always tried to do our best to be honest and kindly, and because we have tried to stand up for what we believe to be right. In the old days, the monarch led his soldiers on the battlefield, and his leadership at all times was close and personal. Today, things are very different. I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice. But I can do something else. I can give you my heart and my devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. I believe in our qualities and in our strength. I believe that together we can set an example to the world which will encourage upright people everywhere. I would like to read you a few lines from Pilgrim's Progress, because I'm sure we can say, with Mr. Valiant for truth, these words: "Though with great difficulty I am got hither, yet now I do not repent me of all the trouble I have been at to arrive where I am. My sword I give to him that shall succeed me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. My marks and scars I carry with me, to be a witness for me that I have fought his battles, who now will be my rewarder." I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing and all the things you long for. And so I wish you all, young and old, wherever you may be, all the fun and enjoyment and the peace of a very happy Christmas.
This is London. For this Christmas Day, 1960, Her Majesty the Queen.
I am glad at Christmas time to have this opportunity of speaking directly to all the peoples of the Commonwealth and of sending you my good wishes. My husband and our children, together with the other members of our family, join me in wishing every one of you a happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year. I make no excuse for telling you once again that the kind messages which reach us from all over the world at this season give us great pleasure and encouragement. This year, I was delighted to get so many when my second son was born. The telegrams and letters which came flooding in at that time made me feel very close to all the family groups throughout the Commonwealth. It is this feeling of personal association which gives the peoples of the Commonwealth countries that special relationship, one to another, which others find so difficult to understand. It is because of this that my husband and I are so greatly looking forward to our visits to India and Pakistan early next year, and later on to Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. By no stretch of the imagination can 1960 be described as a happy or successful year for mankind. Arguments and strained relations, as well as natural disasters, have all helped to produce an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty all over the world. Although the causes are beyond the control of individuals, we can at least influence the future by our everyday behavior. It is at times of change, disorder, and uncertainty that we should cling most strongly to all those principles which we know to be right and good. Civilization as we know it, or would like it to be, depends upon a constant striving towards better things. In times of stress, such as we are living through, only a determined effort by men and women of goodwill everywhere can halt and reverse a growing tendency towards violence and disintegration. Despite the difficulties, there are encouraging signs. For instance, in Africa, Nigeria has gone through the process of achieving full self-government in peace and goodwill. This great nation of 30 million people has decided to remain a member of our Commonwealth, and I know that her influence will be most valuable as the future unfolds in other parts of Africa. Then again, cooperation between Commonwealth countries grows every year, and the understanding and mutual appreciation which is developing at the same time is one of the rarely bright spots in the world today. Although the contribution which any one person can make is small, it is real and important. Whether you live in one of the rapidly developing countries of the Commonwealth, or whether you find yourself in one of the older countries, the work of mutual help and the increase of mutual understanding cannot fail to be personally satisfying and of real service to the future. May the months ahead bring you joy and the peace and happiness which we so much desire. Happy Christmas. God bless you all. Christmas is a Christian festival which celebrates the birth of the Prince of Peace. At times it is almost hidden by the merrymaking and tinsel. But the essential message of Christmas is still that we all belong to the great brotherhood of man. This idea is not limited to the Christian faith. Philosophers and prophets have concluded that peace is better than war, love is better than hate, and that mankind can only find progress in friendship and cooperation. Many ideas are being questioned today, but these great truths will continue to shine out as the light of hope in the darkness of intolerance and inhumanity. The words, the brotherhood of man, have a splendid ring about them, but the idea may seem too remote to have any practical meaning in this hard and bustling age. Indeed, it means nothing at all unless the brotherhood, starting with individuals, can reconcile rival communities, conflicting religions, differing races, and the divided and prejudiced nations of the world. If we truly believe that the brotherhood of man has a value for the world's future, then we should seek to support those international organizations which foster understanding between people and between nations. The British people, together, have achieved great things in the past and have overcome many dangers. But we cannot make further progress if we resurrect ancient squabbles. The nations belonging to the Commonwealth have in their hands a well-tried framework for mutual help and cooperation. It would be short-sighted to waste this modest step towards brotherhood because we are too busy with the dissensions of the moment. Every individual and every nation have problems, so there is all the more reason for us to do our utmost to show our concern for others. Rich or poor, we all depend upon the work and skill of individual men and women, particularly those in industry and production who are the creators of wealth and prosperity. We depend on new knowledge, invention and innovation, practical improvements and developments, all of which offer us a better life. Yet we should not be obsessed by material problems. We must also be sure that we remain spiritually alive. Everything we do now is helping to shape the world in which our children are going to live. Our young people need all the help and opportunities we can give them to prepare them for the responsibilities which they will soon have to carry. Today, I have spoken of the brotherhood of man and the hope it holds out for the world. This should not remain a vague thought, nor an abstract idea. Each of us can put it into practice by treating one another with kindness and consideration at all times, and in spite of every kind of provocation. Christmas is a festival of peace. It is God's will that it should be our constant endeavor to establish peace on earth, goodwill towards men. I hope you all have a very happy Christmas and every good fortune in the new year.
As the familiar pattern of Christmas and the New Year repeats itself, we may sometimes forget how much the world about us has been changing. One has only to look at an album of old family photographs to see how much has altered, even within the memory of our own parents and grandparents. This is a beautiful steam engine. Can you remember seeing a steam engine?
Yes, I've only driven by one, I think.
Do you like lovely to be driving a train in a bowler hat?
No, well, he's driving, but he's only having a go, I think.
Who is that?
Oh. Who is it? Do you know?
Yes, I do.
Who?
Well, look. It's the same person that we've been talking about.
Oh, I see.
It's my grandfather, King
Yeah.
George V. And this was in 1924. See? Many of you who are watching are able, like me, to enjoy this Christmas with your families, and your children can enjoy the day as all children should. But tragically, there are many millions of others for whom this cannot be the same. Our thoughts and prayers should be for them. Our children will be living in a world which our work and deeds have shaped for them. Just looking at those photographs reminds us of some of the changes that have taken place in the last few generations, and makes me wonder what changes there may be in the future. We cannot possibly tell. We do know that we are passing on to our children the power to change their whole environment. But we also leave them with a set of values which they take from our lives and from our example. The decisions they take and the sort of world they pass on to their children could be just as much affected by those values as by all the technological wonders of this age. The Christmas message is really one for all seasons and not just for one day of the year. If we can show this by our lives and by our example, then our contribution as parents will be just as important as any made by scientists and engineers. Perhaps we can then look for the real peace on earth, and the powers which men have harnessed will be used for the benefit of our fellow men. I hope this Christmas Day is bringing to many of you peace and happiness, and for everyone the hope of this to come. May God bless you all.
can be few people in any country of the Commonwealth who are not anxious about what is happening in their own countries or in the rest of the world at this time. We have never been short of problems, but in the last year everything seems to have happened at once. There have been floods and drought and famine. There have been outbreaks of senseless violence. And on top of it all, the cost of living continues to rise everywhere. Here in Britain, from where so many people of the Commonwealth came, we hear a great deal about our troubles, about discord and dissension, and about the uncertainty of our future. Perhaps we make too much of what is wrong and too little of what is right. The trouble with gloom is that it feeds upon itself, and depression causes more depression. There are indeed real dangers, and there are real fears, and we will never overcome them if we turn against each other with angry accusations. We may hold different points of view, but it is in times of stress and difficulty that we most need to remember that we have much more in common than there is dividing us. We have the lessons of history to show that the British people have survived many a desperate situation when they acted together. People in a crowd may seem oblivious of each other, yet if you look at your neighbours, you will see other people with worries and difficulties probably greater than your own. It is time to recognize that in the end we all depend upon each other, and that we are therefore responsible for each other. Fortunately, over the centuries, we have devised a way of sharing this responsibility, a uniquely effective system for bringing progress out of conflict. We have developed parliamentary government, by which the rights and freedom of the people are maintained. It allows change to take place temperately and without violence, and when the time demands, it can reflect and give a voice to the determination and resolve of the nation. This system, this product of British genius, has been successfully exported to the worldwide Commonwealth. This year I have opened Parliament 4 times, in New Zealand, in Australia, and twice the Mother of Parliaments in Westminster. I suspect this may be a record, but what impressed me was that the system itself flourishes thousands of miles away, and this alone should give us confidence. You may be asking, what can we do personally to make things better? I believe the Christmas message provides the best clue. Goodwill is better than resentment. Tolerance is better than revenge. Compassion is better than anger. Above all, a lively concern for the interests of others as well as our own. In times of doubt and anxiety, the attitudes people show in their daily lives, in their homes, and in their work are of supreme importance. It is by acting in this spirit that every man, woman, and child can help and make a difference. In Britain, I'm sure it could make all the difference. We are an inventive and tenacious people, and the comradeship of adversity brings out the best in us. And we have great resources, not just those of character, but in our industry and trade, in our farms, and in the seas around our shores. My message today is one of encouragement and hope. Christmas on this side of the equator comes at the darkest time of the year, but we can look forward hopefully to lengthening days and the returning sun. The first Christmas came at a time that was dark and threatening, but from it came the light of the world. I wish you all a happy Christmas.
year I have this special opportunity of wishing you a happy Christmas. I like to think I'm speaking to each child who can see or hear me, each woman, each man, in every country of the Commonwealth. Christmas is a festival which brings us together in small groups, a family group if we are lucky. Today we are not just nameless people in a crowd. We meet as friends who are glad to be together and who care about each other's happiness. Nowadays, this is a precious experience. So much of the time we feel that our lives are dominated by great impersonal forces beyond our control. The scale of things and organizations seems to get bigger and more inhuman. We are horrified by brutal and senseless violence. And above all, the whole fabric of our lives is threatened by inflation, the frightening sickness of the world today. Then Christmas comes, and once again we are reminded that people matter, and it is our relationship with one another that is most important. For most of us, I wish it could be for everyone, this is a holiday, and I think it's worth reminding ourselves why. We are celebrating a birthday, the birthday of a child born nearly 2,000 years ago, who grew up and lived for only about 30 years. That one person, by his example and by his revelation of the good which is in us all, has made an enormous difference to the lives of people who have come to understand his teaching. His simple message of love has been turning the world upside down ever since. He showed that what people are and what people do does matter and does make all the difference. He commanded us to love our neighbors as we love ourselves. But what exactly is meant by loving ourselves? I believe it means trying to make the most of the abilities we have been given. It means caring for our talents. It is a matter of making the best of ourselves, not just doing the best for ourselves. We are all different, but each of us has his own best to offer. The responsibility for the way we live life, with all its challenges, sadness and joy, is ours alone. If we do this well, it will also be good for our neighbors. If you throw a stone into a pool, the ripples go on spreading outwards. A big stone can cause waves, but even the smallest pebble changes the whole pattern of the water. Our daily actions are like those ripples. Each one makes a difference, even the smallest. It does matter, therefore, what each individual does each day. Kindness, sympathy, resolution, and courteous behavior are infectious. Acts of courage and self-sacrifice, like those of the people who refuse to be terrorized by kidnappers or hijackers, or who defuse bombs, are an inspiration to others. And the combined effect can be enormous. If enough grains of sand are dropped into one side of a pair of scales, they will, in the end, tip it against a lump of lead. We may feel powerless alone, but the joint efforts of individuals can defeat the evils of our time. Together they can create a stable, free, and considerate society. Like those grains of sand, they can tip the balance. So take heart from the Christmas message and be happy. God bless you all.
(1977) is drawing to a close, and with it Her Majesty the Queen's Silver Jubilee year. It's been 12 months of triumphant celebration throughout the Commonwealth. The Queen's subjects have shown their loyalty and love with cheers and presents and thousands upon thousands of flowers. Now, in one of her last formal duties of the year, Her Majesty makes her Christmas speech.
I shall never forget that scene outside Buckingham Palace in June. It was symbolic of the crowds of cheerful people who greeted us wherever we went in this Jubilee year, in 12 Commonwealth countries and 36 counties in the United Kingdom. But I believe it also revealed to the world that we can be a united people. It showed that all the artificial barriers which divide man from man and family from family can be broken down. The street parties and village fetes, the presents, the flowers from the children, the mile upon mile of decorated streets and houses. These things suggest that the real value and pleasure of the celebration was that we all shared in it together. Last Christmas, I said that my wish for 1977 was that it should be a year of reconciliation. You've shown by the way in which you have celebrated the Jubilee that this was not an impossible dream. Thank you all for your response. Nowhere is reconciliation more desperately needed than in Northern Ireland. That is why I was particularly pleased to go there. No one dared to promise an early end to the Troubles, but there's no doubt that people of goodwill in Northern Ireland were greatly heartened by the chance they had to share the celebrations with the rest of the nation and Commonwealth. Many people in all parts of the world have demonstrated this goodwill in a practical way by giving to the Silver Jubilee appeal. The results of their kindness will be appreciated by young people and by those they're able to help for many years to come. The great resurgence of community spirit which has marked the celebrations has shown the value of the Christian ideal of loving our neighbours. If we can keep this spirit alive, life will become better for all of us. The Jubilee celebrations in London started with a service of thanksgiving in St. Paul's Cathedral. To me, this was a thanksgiving for all the good things for which our Commonwealth stands, the comradeship and cooperation it inspires, and the friendship and tolerance it encourages. These are the qualities needed by all mankind. The evening before the service, I lit one small flame at Windsor, and a chain of bonfires spread throughout Britain and on across the world to New Zealand and Australia. My hope this Christmas is that the Christian spirit of reconciliation may burn as strongly in our hearts during the coming year. God bless you, and a very happy Christmas to you all.
Now, I look ahead to this evening, and a film we're going to show you about the early life of a man who's been rightly called the greatest Englishman of this century.
Last June, we celebrated the 40th anniversary of D-Day. That occasion in Normandy was a memorable one for all of us who were able to be there. It was partly a day of sadness, as we paid our respects to those who died for us. But it was also a day full of comradeship and of hope. For me, perhaps the most lasting impression was one of thankfulness that the 40 intervening years have been ones of comparative peace. the families of those who died in battle, and the veterans who fought beside them in their youth, can take comfort from the fact that the great nations of the world have contrived, sometimes precariously maybe, to live together without major conflict. The grim lessons of 2 world wars have not gone completely unheeded. I feel that in the world today, there's too much concentration on the gloomy side of life, so that we tend to underestimate our blessings. But I think we can at least feel thankful that in spite of everything, our children and grandchildren are growing up in a more or less peaceful world. The happy arrival of our 4th grandchild gave great cause for family celebrations. But for parents and grandparents, a birth is also a time for reflection on what the future holds for the baby and how they can best ensure its safety and happiness. To do that, I believe we must be prepared to learn as much from them as they do from us. We could use some of that sturdy confidence and devastating honesty with which children rescue us from self-doubts and self-delusions. We could borrow that unstinting trust of the child in its parents for our dealings with each other. Above all, we must retain the child's readiness to forgive, with which we are all born and which it is all too easy to lose as we grow older. Without it, divisions between families, communities, and nations remain unbridgeable. We owe it to our children and grandchildren to live up to the standards of behavior and tolerance which we are so eager to teach them. One of the more encouraging developments since the war has been the birth of the Commonwealth. Like a child, it has grown, matured, and strengthened, until today the vision of its future is one of increasing understanding and cooperation between its members. Notwithstanding the strains and stresses of nationalism, different cultures and religions, and its growing membership, the Commonwealth family has still managed to hold together and to make a real contribution to the prevention of violence and discord. And it is not only in the Commonwealth that progress has been made towards a better understanding between nations. The enemies of 1944, against whom so many of our countrymen fought and died on those beaches in Normandy, are now our steadfast friends and allies. But friendship, whether we are talking of continents or next-door neighbors, should not need strife as its forerunner. It is particularly at Christmas, which marks the birth of the Prince of Peace, that we should work to heal old wounds and to abandon prejudice and suspicion. What better way of making a start than by remembering what Christ said? Except ye become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven.
That's it. See how old this is? Granny was christened in this. Great-granny. And I was. Look, I was christened in this. Looks remarkably well despite it. I was thinking it must get so incredibly hot inside that, mustn't it?
Yes.
Some dribbling. You want
Where are we going?
Harry looks smart.
William, where are we going?
We're going to church.
We're going to church.
Over there, look.
Over there. And what are we going to do in church? Going to sing?
No.
Are you going to sing?
No.
No. Give Harry a hug. Peter and Zara.
I'm going to find Peter and Zara.
Should we go and find them in a minute?
what it's called? Well, what the puppy's called? What's the puppy called? It's called Dash. Dash. And you know the word you use when you're cross. Dash. It comes out frightfully well as a dog's name, you see.
Does it bite?
No, not yet. But it might after it's finished with you. William Scott, you met the puppy, didn't you, William?
Who's the other one?
Yes, we'll get them afterwards. We'll play with them afterwards. Look, Zara. Zara.
What's the matter with you today? What's the matter with you today?
Pushes me away. He's very pleased to see you, I think. Don't you? God bless you, and a very happy Christmas to you all. To parents and children, grandchildren, and of course, great-grandchildren. Looking at the morning newspapers, listening to the radio, and watching television, it's only too easy to conclude that nothing is going right in the world. All this year, we seem to have had nothing but bad news, with a constant stream of reports of plane crashes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and famine. And as if natural disasters were not enough, we hear of riots, wars, acts of terrorism, and generally of man's inhumanity to man. It used to be said that no news is good news, but today you might well think that good news is no news. Yet there is a lot of good news, and some wonderful things are going on in spite of the frightening headlines. Just think of the quiet courage and dedication of the peacekeepers and the rescue workers, and all those who work so hard to restore shattered lives and disrupted communities. I am in the fortunate position of being able to meet many of these people. For every year, some 2,000 come to investitures at Buckingham Palace to be honoured for acts of bravery or to be recognised for service to their fellow citizens. They come from all walks of life, and they don't blow their own trumpets. So unless, like me, you are able to read the citations describing what they have done, you couldn't begin to guess at some of the remarkable stories that lie behind their visits to the palace.
Dr. Lawrence Pike.
Among them, there may be a rarely outstanding doctor who has worked for years in a deprived area. Or a voluntary worker who has given nearly 40 years of his life to campaigning for the disabled. Or a nurse whose care for patients for over 30 years is a splendid example of the work done by members of a dedicated profession. Or another volunteer who has devoted a large part of her life to others in the service of the WRVS. Then there are those who have shown quite remarkable courage and devotion to duty.
The Queen's Gallantry Medal, to be decorated.
Only a few days ago, I was talking to two firemen who had been called to deal with a blazing ship. They knew there were casualties below decks, and despite the fact that both men were injured themselves, they risked the flames and smoke and further explosions and went below several times to bring the casualties to safety. These are not exceptional cases. Every investiture brings stories of bravery and self-sacrifice, like the members of bomb disposal teams, whose cool courage saves so many lives. Naturally, I see more such people in Britain. But as I often hold investitures in other Commonwealth countries, I know that there are people making the same sort of good news all over the world. But while bravery and service to the community are recognized by honors and awards, there are many ways in which people can make good news. Success in industry and commerce, for instance, creates the wealth that provides so many of the things that make life happier and more comfortable. It's not just the big companies with household names. Quite small companies with only a few members can make a very significant contribution to the prosperity of their communities. The people in Britain who have helped their companies to success also come to the palace as winners of the Queen's Awards for export and technology. For example, this one. Here is a firm with only 5 employees who make darts and export them to no less than 40 countries. They were so enterprising that they introduced the game of darts into places where it had never been played. And here are the consulting engineers who won their award for technological achievement for their ingenious work on the Thames flood barrier. A small Scottish firm with 18 employees make a product so good that they have sold their heating systems even in the United States and West Germany. This firm has scored a rare double with their magnets for medical scanners, winning both the awards for export and for technology. There are masses more, and it's encouraging to know that again next year there will be a new group coming to receive their awards, whose achievements will be just as ingenious and just as exciting. There are similar examples throughout the Commonwealth. These success stories are often pushed into the background, but they are the guarantee of our future. Christmas is a time of good news. I believe it is a time to look at the good things of life and to remember that there are a great many people trying to make the world a better place, even though their efforts may go unrecognized. There's a lesson in this for us all, and we should never forget our obligation to make our own individual contributions, however small, towards the sum of human goodness. The story of the Good Samaritan reminds us of our duty to our neighbor. We should try to follow Christ's clear instruction at the end of that story. Go and do thou likewise. I wish you all a very happy Christmas, and I hope that we shall all try to make some good news in the coming year.
In the year just past, Prince Philip and I have joined in the celebration of some notable anniversaries. The events which they marked were hundreds of years apart, but each was important enough to get much attention in 1988. The earliest event which we remembered was the encounter with the Spanish Armada in 1588. The 400th anniversary fell in the same year in which we were able to mark the happy relations between Britain and Spain, which now exist, by our state visit to Madrid. 400 years after the winds blew and the Spanish ships were scattered, the events were remembered without animosity in both countries. These prints from the Royal Library at Windsor illustrate the battles and some of the great fleet which gathered. This year, the present King of Spain showed me the rooms in the Escorial, where his predecessor, Philip II, planned the campaign. Had the fortunes of war gone against us, how very differently events in Britain and Europe would have unfolded. Earlier in the year, we marked another event of the first importance in our history, the 300th anniversary of what is popularly known as the Glorious Revolution. The invitation to King William and Queen Mary to accept the thrones of England and Scotland finally laid to rest the enterprise of England, which Philip of Spain set in hand. It thus gave the particular direction to our history, which was to lead to the development of parliamentary democracy and the tradition of political and religious toleration which Britain enjoys today. It was a great pleasure for us to celebrate that event in the company of the Crown Prince of the Netherlands. Together we visited Torbay, which was where King William landed in 1688. It was shrouded with fog when we were there, but we did manage to see through the mist some of the hundreds of British and Dutch yachts that had assembled there. 300 years may seem a long time ago, but there are still some objects here in Buckingham Palace which bring to life William and Mary as people. And one which I particularly treasure is this little patchbox that belonged to the Queen and which carries her monogram entwined with William's on the lid. The 1988 anniversary season opened in Australia with a grand party on Australia Day to mark the country's 200th birthday. It was a party which went on for most of the year, but Prince Philip and I joined in the festivities in April and May. Like so many visitors in bicentennial year, we brought home some souvenirs of our visit. In our case, it was some delightful early prints of Sydney, which served to remind us of the extraordinary developments which have taken place in Australia in the short space of 200 years. Contrast this scene of Sydney Harbour with the pictures we all saw of the crowded waters around the Opera House and the famous bridge in January this year. Centenaries may seem rather arbitrary occasions, but they nonetheless prompt us to look back into the past. When we do so, we can draw hope from seeing how ancient enmities have vanished and how new nations have grown and established themselves in vigor and wisdom. Equally, they make us reflect on injustices and tragedies and inspire us to do our best to learn from these as well. To do that, we surely should draw inspiration from one other anniversary, the one we celebrate every year at this time, the birth of Christ. There are many grand and splendid pictures in the Royal Collection that illustrate this event, but one which gives me particular pleasure is this precious, almost jewel-like book,
It is a book of hours, full of prayers and devotional readings. It's in Latin, but it contains the most exquisite illuminations, and it is these that speak to us most movingly. The anonymous person who drew the pictures nearly 500 years ago has included all the familiar elements of the Christmas story, which we hear with such pleasure every year. Here are the angels bringing the glad tidings to the shepherds who listen attentively. Down here, where baby Jesus lies in the stall, you can see Mary and Joseph watching over him, quite unmoved, it seems, by the man playing the bagpipes overhead. The star over the stable has lit the way for all of us ever since. And there should be no one who feels shut out from that welcoming and guiding light. The legends of Christmas about the ox and the ass suggest that even the animals are not outside that loving care. Recently, many of you will have set up and decorated a Christmas tree in your homes. Often these are put by a window, and the bright and shining tree is there for every passerby to see and share. I like to think that if someone who feels lonely and unloved should see such a tree, that person might feel it was meant for me. May the Christmas story encourage you, for it is a message of hope every year, not for a few, but for all. So in sending you my Christmas greeting, I pray that God may bless you, every one. I usually make my Christmas broadcast to the Commonwealth from Windsor or Buckingham Palace. This year, I thought I would use the presence of 2,000 children at this occasion, organized by the Save the Children Fund in the Albert Hall, here in the heart of London, to send this special message to the children of the Commonwealth. Those of you present are the immediate audience for my broadcast, but I'm also speaking by radio and television to people throughout the world. All parents would like their children to grow up in peace and tranquility. But for most of this century, the people of this world have had to live through bewildering changes and upheavals. Some of the changes have been for the better, but others might even threaten the world we live in. There are some children who are much less fortunate than others, for they come from countries where nature makes life very hard, with floods and droughts and other disasters destroying crops, making it very difficult to find enough for everyone to eat. Quite a lot of you have written to me during the last year or so, saying how worried you are about the future of our planet. Many of you will have heard of the greenhouse effect, and perhaps you have heard too about even more urgent problems caused by the pollution of our rivers and seas and the cutting down of the great forests. These problems don't affect just the countries where they are happening, and they make neighborly cooperation throughout the world a pressing necessity. With all your lives before you, I am sure you take an optimistic view of the future. But it is already too late to prevent all forms of damage to the natural world. Some species of wild plants and animals are sadly bound to become extinct. The great thing to remember is that it is not too late to reduce the damage if we can change our attitudes and behavior. You've all seen pictures of the Earth taken from space. Unlike all the other planets in the solar system, Earth shimmers green and blue in the sunlight and looks a very pleasant place to live. These pictures should remind us that the future of all life on Earth depends on how we behave towards one another and how we treat the plants and animals that share our world with us. Men and women have shown themselves to be very clever at inventing things, right back to the time when they found out how much easier it was to move things about on wheels, up to the present time when rockets and computers make it possible for people to travel away from our world out into the mystery of space. But these technical skills are not enough by themselves. They can only come to the rescue of the planet if we also learn to live by the golden rule which Jesus Christ taught us: love thy neighbor as thyself. Many of you will have heard the story of the Good Samaritan and of how Christ answered the question from a clever lawyer who was trying to catch him out, "Who is my neighbor?" Jesus told of the traveler who was mugged and left injured on the roadside, where several important people saw him and passed by without stopping to help. His neighbor was the man who did stop, cared for him and made sure he was being well looked after before he resumed his own journey. It's not very difficult to apply that story to our own times and to work out that our neighbors are those of our friends or complete strangers who need a helping hand. Do you think they might also be some of the living species threatened by spoiled rivers? Or some of the children in places like Ethiopia and Sudan who don't have enough to eat? The exciting news of the last few months has been the way in which people in both East and West Europe have begun to think about the future in a less unfriendly way, more as neighbors. It's still hard for us to be sure what is going to happen as a result of these great events. But it would be splendid to think that in the last years of the 20th century, Christ's message about loving our neighbors as ourselves might at last be heeded. If it is, they'll be good years for you to grow up. If we can reduce selfishness and jealousy, dishonesty and injustice, the 90s can become a time of peace and tranquility for children and grown-ups, and a time for working together for the benefit of our planet as a whole. You children have something to give us which is priceless. You can still look at the world with a sense of wonder and remind us grown-ups that life is wonderful and precious. Often a child's helplessness and vulnerability brings out the best in us. Part of that best in us could be a particular tenderness towards this earth, which we share as human beings, all of us. And together, as the nations of the world, will leave to our children and our children's children. We must be kind to it for their sake. In the hope that we will be kind and loving to one another, not just on Christmas Day, but throughout the year, I wish you all a very happy Christmas. God bless you. And where are you from? Swaziland. Yes.
Yeah. Do you like being a queen? Yeah.
It's a very busy life.
Yeah.
But it
How big is your palace?
My palace is quite large. Has very long corridors to walk down it, especially if one's late. And you must come from Ghana. Yes, I recognize this. Oh, Celtic cloth. It's very smart. And where do you come from?
Brunei.
Brunei, do you?
What are you going to buy Prince William for Christmas?
Do I?
What are you going to buy Prince William for
Well,
Christmas?
I think I better say it too loudly, because he might hear me, mightn't he?
Do you get nervous in front of all those people?
Well, sometimes one does, yes. It's quite something. And,
do you enjoy your job as the queen?
I find it very interesting, yes. Had lots of opportunities to meet people and visit countries.
Is the crown very heavy?
It's quite heavy, yes. You don't really want to walk about very long in it. But it's meant to be heavy, I think.
I hope you have a nice Christmas.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you very much.
Do you go to the church on Christmas?
Yes, we go to church, all of us on Christmas Day, and sing some of the carols and Christmas hymns that everybody knows, which is very nice, and all the familiar ones.
Do you like jewellery?
Like jewellery? Well, it's an optional extra, I think. I don't know that it matters very much. I think there's priorities in life. I mean, humans are very strange like that. Of course, the animal kingdom's not above having its own methods of dressing up. So I suppose we ought to be allowed ours as well with us.
I'm from Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Can I ask you a question?
Where I've just been. I've just been staying in Malaysia,
Well,
in Kuala
actually,
Lumpur.
well, did you like it?
Oh, yes, very much so. I hadn't been there for 17 years, so there was a lot of changes.
So, do you believe in Father Christmas?
Do I believe in Father Christmas? I like to believe in Father Christmas, yes. Thank you very much for this, and I wish you all a very happy Christmas. Over the years, I have dwelt on the happier side of life in my Christmas broadcasts. We need reminding of it, particularly at Christmas time. This year, there have been, I hope, times of happiness and good cheer for most of us. My family, for instance, has been celebrating my mother's 90th birthday, and we have shared with you the joy of some of those celebrations. My youngest grandchild's christening 2 days ago has brought the family together once again. I hope that all of us lucky enough to be able to enjoy such gatherings this Christmas will take time to count our blessings. For it seems to me that there is one deep and overriding anxiety for us all on which we should reflect today. That is the threat of war in the Middle East. The servicemen in the Gulf who are spending Christmas at their posts under this threat are much in our thoughts. And there are many others at home and abroad, servicemen and civilians, who are away from their own firesides. Wherever they are, may they all, when their duty is done, soon be reunited with their families, safe and sound. At the same time, we must remember those still held hostage. Some of them have spent years in captivity, and Christmas must for them be specially hard to bear. My heart goes out to them and to their families. We can at least rejoice at the safe return of many of their compatriots over the last weeks, and salute the courage which they have shown. Wars, threats of wars, and civil disturbance inevitably cause thousands of innocent people to become refugees and to have their lives ruined or disrupted. It is difficult for us, safe at home, to contemplate the scale of the suffering for homeless and hungry people caused by the ever-widening consequences of the crisis in the Gulf. The invasion of Kuwait was an example on an international scale of an evil which has beset us at different levels in recent years. Attempts by ruthless people to impose their will on the peaceable majority. In extreme form, as we know only too well, these attempts lead to disaster and death, and their tragic aftermath for families and communities. In the United Kingdom, we have suffered once again during the past year from the scourge of terrorism, its disregard for human life, and its efforts to dress its crimes in political clothes. But all this is nothing new. The tributes we paid last summer to the heroes of Dunkirk and the Battle of Britain were tributes to their achievement in repelling a determined invader. That was 50 years ago. Nowadays, there are all too many causes that press their claims with a loud voice and a strong arm rather than with the language of reason. We must not allow ourselves to be too discouraged as we confront them. Let us remember that Christ did not promise the earth to the powerful. The resolve of those who endure and resist these activities should not be underestimated. I never cease to admire the stoical courage of those in Northern Ireland, for example, who go about their business in defiance of the terrorist. The reaction of those who have lost loved ones at violent hands is often an inspiration to the rest of us. Then again, I, like many others, was much heartened by the virtually unanimous opposition of the international community to the unprovoked invasion of Kuwait, and by the speed with which moves were made to try to relieve the plight of the innocent victims. I want, therefore, to say thank you today to the men and women who day in and day out carry on their daily life in difficult and dangerous circumstances. By just getting on with the job, they are getting the better of those who want to harm our way of life. Let us think of them this Christmas, wherever they are in the world, and pray that their resolution remains undiminished. It is they and their kind who, by resisting the bully and the tyrant, ensure that we live in the sort of world in which we can celebrate this season safely with our families. I pray also that we may all be blessed with something of their spirit. Then we would find it easier to solve our disputes in peace and justice, wherever they occur. And that inheritance of the earth which Christ promised, not to the strong, but to the meek, would be that much closer. A happy Christmas, and God bless you all.
There's a second chance to see Her Majesty the Queen speaking to the Commonwealth on BBC Two this evening at 8:15, accompanied by sign language and subtitles.
In 1952, when I first broadcast to you at Christmas, the world was a very different place to the one we live in today. Only 7 years had passed since the end of one of the most destructive wars in the history of mankind. Even the end of hostilities didn't bring the true peace for which so many had fought and died. What became known as the Cold War sustained an atmosphere of suspicion, anxiety, and fear for many years. Then, quite suddenly, everything began to change, and the changes have happened with bewildering speed. In 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. Since then, the rest of the world has watched fascinated as oppressive regimes have crumbled under popular pressure. One by one, these liberated peoples have taken the first hesitant and sometimes painful steps towards open and democratic societies. Naturally, we welcome this, and it may be that we can help them achieve their aims. But in doing that, we need to remind ourselves of the essential elements which form the bedrock of our own free way of life, so highly valued and so easily taken for granted. This can be an opportunity to reflect on our good fortune and on whether we have anything to offer by way of example to those who have recently broken free of dictatorship. We who claim to be of the free world should examine what we really mean by freedom and how we can help to ensure that once in place, it is there to stay. There are all sorts of elements to a free society, but I believe that among the most important is the willingness of ordinary men and women to play a part in the life of their community, rather than confining themselves to their own narrow interests. The parts they play may not be major ones. Indeed, they can frequently turn out to be thankless tasks. The wonder is, though, that there are so many who are prepared to devote much of their lives for no reward to the service of their fellow men and women. Without their dedication, where would our churches and charities be, for instance? Without such people, many would be unable to enjoy the pleasure which the arts bring to our daily lives. Governments can encourage and support, but it is the volunteers who work away for nothing in administration or spend their weekends seeing fair play who make sport and physical recreation so worthwhile. I am constantly amazed by the generosity of donors and subscribers, great and small, who give so willingly and often towards the enjoyment of others. Without them, these voluntary organizations simply would not exist. The peoples of the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe have broken the mold of autocracy. I hope that we will be able to help them as they learn that the democracy which has replaced it depends not on political structures, but on the goodwill and the sense of responsibility of each and every citizen. It is not, of course, as simple as that. All the selfless voluntary work in the world can be wasted if it disregards the views and aspirations of others. There are any number of reasons to find fault with each other, with our governments, and with other countries. But let us not take ourselves too seriously. None of us has a monopoly of wisdom. and we must always be ready to listen to and respect other points of view. At the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Zimbabwe this autumn, we saw an example of mutual tolerance and respect for the views of others on an international scale. Leaders of 50 nations came together to discuss the future. They met in peace, they talked freely, they listened, they found much on which to agree, and they set a new direction for the Commonwealth. I am sure that each derived strength and reassurance in the process. That was just one event in a year of massive and historic change. This time last year, we were thinking of the servicemen and women in the Gulf and of the hostages in captivity. Our prayers for their safe homecoming have largely been answered. This Christmas, we can take heart in seeing how in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, where it has endured years of persecution and hardship, the Christian faith is once again thriving and able to spread its message of unselfishness, compassion, and tolerance. Next February will see the 40th anniversary of my father's death and of my accession. Over the years, I have tried to follow my father's example and to serve you as best I can. You have given me in return your loyalty and your understanding, and for that I give you my heartfelt thanks. I feel the same obligation to you that I felt in 1952. With your prayers and your help, and with the love and support of my family, I shall try to serve you in the years to come. May God bless you and bring you a happy Christmas. This year, I am speaking to you not from Buckingham Palace, but from Sandringham, where my family gathers every year for Christmas. My great-grandfather, King Edward VII, made Sandringham his country home in 1862. And it was from this house that my grandfather, King George V, and my father used to speak over the radio, originally to the Empire and then to the Commonwealth, on Christmas Day, all those years ago. It was from here that I made my first Christmas broadcast 40 years ago. And this year, I am very glad to be able to speak to you again from this family home. I first came here for Christmas as a grandchild. Nowadays, my grandchildren come here for the same family festival. To me, this continuity is a great source of comfort in a world of change, tension, and violence. The peace and tranquility of the Norfolk countryside make me realize how fortunate we are, and all the more conscious of the trials and sorrows that so many people are suffering, both in this country and around the world. My heart goes out to those whose lives have been blighted by war, terrorism, famine, natural disaster, or economic hardship. Like many other families, we have lived through some difficult days this year. The prayers, understanding, and sympathy given to us by so many of you, in good times and bad, have lent us great support and encouragement. It has touched me deeply that much of this has come from those of you who have troubles of your own. As some of you may have heard me observe, it has indeed been a somber year. But Christmas is surely the right moment to try to put it behind us, and to find a moment to pray for those, wherever they are, who are doing their best in all sorts of ways to make things better in 1993. I am thinking especially of the servicemen and women and the aid workers with them, trying to keep the peace in countries riven by strife and to bring food to the weak and innocent victims. They do not have an easy task, and they need all the moral and practical support that we can give them. Curiously enough, it was a sad event which did as much as anything in 1992 to help me put my own worries into perspective. Just before he died, Leonard Cheshire came to see us with his fellow members of the Order of Merit. By then, he was suffering from a long drawn-out and terminal illness. He bore this with all the fortitude and cheerfulness to be expected of a holder of the Victoria Cross. However, what struck me more forcibly than his physical courage was the fact that he made no reference to his own illness, but only to his hopes and plans to make life better for others. He embodied the message in those well-known lines: kindness in another's trouble, courage in one's own. One of his Cheshire homes for people with disabilities is not far from this house. I have visited others all over the Commonwealth, and I have seen at first hand the remarkable results of his and his wife's determination to put Christ's teaching to practical effect. Perhaps this shining example of what a human being can achieve in a lifetime of dedication can inspire in the rest of us a belief in our own capacity to help others. Such talents and indomitable spirit are not given to all of us. But if we can sometimes lift our eyes from our own problems and focus on those of others, it will be at least a step in the right direction, and Christmas is a good time to take it. I hope that his example will continue to inspire us all in the years ahead. 1993 will certainly bring new challenges, but let us resolve to meet it with fresh hope in our hearts. There is no magic formula that will transform sorrow into happiness, intolerance into compassion, or war into peace. But inspiration can change human behavior. Those like Leonard Cheshire, who devote their lives to others, have that inspiration. And they know, and we know, where to look for help in finding it. That help can be readily given if we only have the faith to ask. I and my family, as we approach a new year, will draw strength from this faith in our commitment to your service in the coming years. I pray that each and every one of you has a happy Christmas, and that we can all try to bring that happiness to others. God bless you all.
Send the victor.
I shall never forget the events in Normandy last June, when the representatives of the wartime Allies commemorated the 50th anniversary of the D-Day landings. We who were there, and millions of others through television and radio, paid fitting tribute to the courage of those who took part in that epic campaign. As Prince Philip and I stood watching the British veterans march past on the beach at Arromanches, my own memories of 1944 were stirred, of how it was to wait anxiously for news of friends and relations engaged in that massive and hazardous operation, of the subsequent ebb and flow of the battles in France and then in Germany itself, and of the gradual realization that the war really was at last coming to an end. Since those D-Day commemorations, Prince Philip and I have been to Russia. While we were in St. Petersburg, we had the opportunity to honor the millions of patriotic Russians who died fighting the common enemy. To see the British and Russian veterans standing together in memory of the sacrifices of their comrades in arms was a moving experience. I'm sure, yes. You were in the...
I was also in the squadron in 1941. I was 21 then.
Were you? Long time ago, though, now.
I was a young lad.
Had you been back since or not?
Not the last year.
No.
The Russian government veterans asked us back.
Mr. Dick Squires from the North Russia Club.
North Russian Club? You have a club, do you?
Yes, we do.
We were all involved
convoys.
in the convoys, yes. Yes.
You've seen a lot of service too, haven't you? I never thought it would be possible in my lifetime to join with the Patriarch of Moscow and his congregation in a service in that wonderful cathedral in the heart of the Moscow Kremlin.
Your Majesty.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Well, it's very nice to
Very
be here.
glad to see you.
Good morning.
Ваше Королевское Величество.
This Christmas, as we pray for peace at home and abroad, not least in Russia itself, we can also give thanks that such cathedrals and churches will be full, and that the great bells which greeted us will be ringing out to celebrate our Saviour's birth. We are frequently reminded, of course, that violence and hatred are still all too much in evidence. We can take some comfort, however, from the fact that more people throughout the world, year by year, have real hope of their children growing up in peace and free from fear. Last Christmas, we were witnessing the signs of a new dawn after the long night of bitterness. And this year, these signs have become steadily stronger. If that new dawn is to be a real and not a false one, courage, patience, and faith will be sorely needed. Those same qualities which kept the flame of hope alive in the war-torn countries of Europe and the Far East in the dark days of the last war. Christ taught us to love our enemies and to do good to them that hate us. It is a hard lesson to learn, but this year we have seen shining examples of that generosity of spirit which alone can banish division and prejudice. In Northern Ireland, peace is gradually taking root. A fully democratic South Africa has been welcomed back into the Commonwealth. And in the Middle East, long-standing enmities are healing. What is it that makes people turn from violence and try to bring peace to their community? Most of all, I believe, it is their determination to bring reality to their hopes of a better world for their children. Just to see the happy faces of the children and young people of Russia, here at a tea party in Britannia, of South Africa, where so much has changed with such extraordinary speed in the last year, of Northern Ireland, where there is a real hope of a permanent end to the bitterness of recent years. This should be enough to convince even the most hard-hearted that peace is worth striving for. Next year we shall commemorate the 50th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. The celebrations will no doubt be spectacular, and I hope we all enjoy them. But we can also, each in our own way, ensure that they leave a lasting mark in history. If we resolve to be considerate and to help our neighbours, to make friends with people of different races and religions, and, as our Lord said, to look to our own faults before we criticize others, we will be keeping faith with those who landed in Normandy and fought so doggedly for their belief in freedom, peace, and human decency. The poet Siegfried Sassoon, amidst all the horrors of war, still found himself able to write these words. Everyone's voice was suddenly lifted, and beauty came like the setting sun. If he could see the beauty from the trenches of Flanders, surely we can look for it in our own lives this Christmas and in the coming year. Happy Christmas, and God bless you. To look back is not necessarily to be nostalgic. When I come to Sandringham each year, I like to reflect on what Christmas must have been like when King Edward VII, my great-grandfather, and Queen Alexandra first came here as young parents. I remember my own childhood Christmases here, with my father and mother and a great family gathering. And now I delight in seeing my children and grandchildren enjoying the same traditions. Christmas is the celebration of the birth of the founder of the Christian faith, an event which took place almost 2,000 years ago. Every year at this time, we are asked to look back at that extraordinary story and remind ourselves of the message which inspired Christ's followers then and which is just as relevant today. At Christmas, I enjoy looking back on some of the events of the year. Many have their roots in history, but still have a real point for us today. I recall especially a dazzling spring day in Norwich when I attended the Maundy service, the cathedral providing a spectacular setting. The lovely service is always a reminder of Christ's words to his disciples, "Love one another as I have loved you." It sounds so simple, yet it proves so hard to obey. In June came Trooping the Colour, a vivid reminder of this country's proud military tradition and of the discipline and dedication which our servicemen and women show in their taxing tasks of peacekeeping in many distant parts of the world. Then, in October, I opened Parliament. This is not just a state occasion, but is also symbolic of the process of parliamentary democracy, which we enjoy here in Britain and in so many countries of the Commonwealth. It is a process which seeks to express the ideal of the equality of all citizens under the law. So the past, with its traditions, has its lessons for us in 1996. And in this year, in our travels, Prince Philip and I have also been looking to the future. I and all my family have always felt that one of our most important duties is to express in our visits overseas the goodwill of our country towards friends abroad, near and far. So last spring we visited Poland and the Czech Republic, where we saw the development of democracy and prosperity in countries which only recently were communist governed. And everywhere we received the best of welcomes. In the autumn we went to Thailand, where we renewed old friendships and witnessed the blending of tradition with a dynamic commercial spirit. There was also a happy visit to this country by the President of France. And I shall never forget the state visit of President Mandela. That most gracious of men has shown us all how to accept the facts of the past without bitterness, how to see new opportunities as more important than old disputes, and how to look forward with courage and optimism. His example is a continuing inspiration to the whole Commonwealth and to all those everywhere who work for peace and reconciliation. Each year brings its share of difficulties for many families. This year has, I know, been no exception, and during it some have suffered bereavement of a tragic and shocking kind. At such times, it is tempting for all of us, especially those who suffer, to look back and say, if only. But to look back in that way is to look down a blind alley. Better to look forward and say, if only. If only we can live up to the example of the child who was born at Christmas, with a love that came to embrace the whole world. If only we can let him recapture for us that time when we face the future with childhood's unbounded faith. Armed with that faith, the new year, with all its challenges and chances, should hold no terrors for us, and we should be able to embark upon it undaunted. My family joins me in wishing each one of you a very happy Christmas. Since last Sunday's dreadful news, we have seen throughout Britain and around the world an overwhelming expression of sadness at Diana's death. We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss, since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings: disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain. We have all felt those emotions in these last few days. So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys. This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered. No one who knew Diana will ever forget her. Millions of others who never met her, but felt they knew her, will remember her. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death. I share in your determination to cherish her memory. This is also an opportunity for me, on behalf of my family, and especially Prince Charles and William and Harry, to thank all of you who have brought flowers, sent messages, and paid your respects in so many ways to a remarkable person.
These acts of kindness have been a huge source of help and comfort. Our thoughts are also with Diana's family and the families of those who died with her. I know that they too have drawn strength from what has happened since last weekend, as they seek to heal their sorrow and then to face the future without a loved one. I hope that tomorrow we can all, wherever we are, join in expressing our grief at Diana's loss and gratitude for her all too short life. It is a chance to show to the whole world the British nation united in grief and respect. May those who died rest in peace, and may we, each and every one of us, thank God for someone who made many, many people happy. At the Christian heart of this United Kingdom stands Westminster Abbey. And it was right that it provided the setting for two events this year, one of them almost unbearably sad, and one, for Prince Philip and me, tremendously happy. Joy and sadness are part of all our lives. Indeed, the poet William Blake tells us, "Joy and woe are woven fine, a clothing for the soul divine. Under every grief and pine runs a joy with silken twine." This interweaving of joy and woe has been very much brought home to me and my family during the last months. We all felt the shock and sorrow of Diana's death. Thousands upon thousands of you expressed your grief most poignantly in the wonderful flowers and messages left in tribute to her.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was a great comfort to all those close to her.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But Prince Philip and I also knew the joy of our golden wedding. We were glad to be able to share this joy at Buckingham Palace with many other couples who are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. It doesn't seem like 50 years, does it? No, it hasn't gone too quickly, hasn't it? It's gone very quickly. Oh, very nice to see you all.
Did you serve in any of the...
Yes, I was a military nurse.
Oh, good.
Yes.
And did you marry one of your patients?
Oh, no. He was
I was the doctor.
Three-year-old father.
I don't believe it.
Then, on our own anniversary day, came a very different service at Westminster Abbey. This time, the Silken Twine, a service of thanksgiving for our 50 happy years together. And after that service, a chance to meet and chat to so many people. I will never forget that day, nor a day 5 years ago when Windsor Castle suffered a terrible fire.
More than 100 rooms were badly damaged. This is how St. George's Hall looked then. But this is how it looks now. Wonderful. So the disaster of 1992 actually brought opportunities for all sorts of people to display their range of craftsmanship and skills, their love of history and their faith in the future. Last month, the restoration of the castle was completed, and everyone involved gathered together to celebrate.
This is the man that painted the undercroft.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I haven't been in there recently. No, because the other day when I came round, there was a notice that keep out polishing the floors. So I didn't dare go in. The castle is shortly to be open again for all to see. A mixture of the original with later additions and alterations. A vigorous blend of the old and the new. And so it has been in the Commonwealth. Prince Philip and I were touched by the way the Canadian people welcomed us again to Canada. And we were delighted to be invited to visit Pakistan and India on the 50th anniversary of their independence, and to celebrate their achievements since 1947.
Your Majesty,
Thank
we
you
are very glad to see you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. The Prince of Wales represented Britain when the people of Hong Kong marked their return to China in spectacular fashion. Many of you might have felt a twinge of sadness as we in Britain bade them farewell. The pictures speak for themselves, but we should be proud of the success of our partnership in Hong Kong and in how peacefully the old empire has been laid to rest. Out of the old empire sprang the Commonwealth family of nations we know today, and that too has grown and changed over the years. In October, 51 representatives of Commonwealth governments met in Edinburgh, very much in the spirit of a family gathering. It was very nice having everybody here last night.
Well, we enjoyed it very much. And also to see the Queen Mother.
Yes, it was very nice she was able to,
Absolutely.
to come. We all enjoy meeting old friends and making new ones, but there was also important business to be done. Have you been at the meeting this morning?
Yes. It's one of the session.
Here, with the Prime Minister of Grenada, we're discussing the drugs problem. Is that sort of all the islands now, is it?
All islands. All islands. You see, but you know, Her Majesty, it's very difficult to patrol and monitor the activities in those islands. In my case, almost, I would say, every half mile in the country has a bay.
The world saw that the Commonwealth can make a major contribution to international relations and prosperity. The meeting also showed that unity and diversity can go hand in hand. Recent developments at home, which have allowed Scotland and Wales greater say in the way they are governed, should be seen in that light, and as proof that the kingdom can still enjoy all the benefits of remaining united. Being united, that is, feeling a unity of purpose, is the glue that bonds together the members of a family, a country, a commonwealth. Without it, the parts are only fragments of a whole. With it, we can be much more than the sum of those fragments. For most of us, this is a happy family day. But I am well aware that there are many of you who are alone or bereaved or suffering. My heart goes out to you, and I pray that we, the more fortunate ones, can unite to lend a helping hand wherever it is needed, and not pass by on the other side. St. Paul spoke of the first Christmas as the kindness of God dawning upon the world. The world needs that kindness now more than ever, the kindness and consideration for others that disarms malice and which allows us to get on with one another with respect and affection. Christmas reaffirms that God is with us today, but as I have discovered afresh for myself this year, he is always present in the kindness shown by our neighbors, and in the love of our friends and family. God bless you all, and Happy Christmas. A very happy Christmas to you from St. George's Chapel, Windsor. Listening to the choir reminds me that this season of carols and Christmas trees is a time to take stock, a time to reflect on the events of the past year and to make resolutions for the new year ahead. This December, we are looking back not just 1 year, but on 100 years and 1,000 years. History is measured in centuries. More than ever, we are aware of being a tiny part of the infinite sweep of time when we move from one century and one millennium to another. Here at Windsor, the first fortifications were started by William the Conqueror in the earliest years of this millennium. The castle we see today is the result of continual evolution and change over the last 1,000 years. And as I look to the future, I have no doubt at all that the one certainty is change, and the pace of that change will only seem to increase. This is true for all of us, young and old. At my mother's 99th birthday last August, I was struck how the inevitability of change affects us all, and how different were my mother's early years compared with those of my grandchildren. Birthdays like Christmas are a good time to get the family together. And last summer, we had all the generations well represented.
Granny, do you remember years ago at Sandringham? Was it Audrey who...
My mother's birthday was also an opportunity to have a photograph taken of the 4 generations together.
Okay, if I could just have your attention now, that's lovely.
As a family, we cover quite a time span. My mother can tell us about elderly relatives from her childhood whose memories went back into the middle of the 19th century. My grandchildren's experiences will in turn take them towards the end of the 21st century. For many of their generation, the future is a source of excitement, hope, and challenge. Tonight I'm giving a reception in Edinburgh for people under the age of 30 from all over Scotland. They've been invited because they have already achieved success or recognition in their lives. I'm looking forward to hearing what they think about the future.
I think at the moment particularly, I feel like everybody's kind of building up to something somehow. Things have an added importance because it's 1999.
A lot of the parents are going back into further education and things because they can have childcare now, so it's definitely something that's expanding the millennium.
It's really good, isn't it? I think there's going to be a lot of new things happening in the millennium. I think everybody's going to be a lot more upbeat and using technology a lot more, using the internet a lot more.
You may remember the movie Braveheart.
Oh, yeah.
We actually made the video game for Braveheart.
So. Really?
cycled from where to where?
Well, we were in Cyprus, and we moved across to Edinburgh, and we
Cycled back?
We cycled back.
That's uphill too, isn't it? It is so encouraging talking to these young people. They are able to look forward to a future of opportunity and greater achievement. Others, however, the future is a cause of understandable anxiety. There are many, for example, of my generation, or amongst the more vulnerable in society, who worry that they will be left behind. The sheer rate of change seems to be sweeping away so much that is familiar and comforting. But I don't think that we should be over-anxious. We can make sense of the future if we understand the lessons of the past. Winston Churchill, my first Prime Minister, said that the further backward you look, the further forward you can see. And it was this importance of history which was much in my mind when I opened the new Scottish Parliament in July this year. Devolution in Scotland and Wales, and more recently the very welcome progress in Northern Ireland, are responses to today's changed circumstances, but they need to be seen in their historical contexts. The Scottish Parliament is new, but its many links with the past were expressed through symbols and ceremony. Traditions are important all over the world. Last month, on my visit to South Africa, I went to a township school in Alexandra, outside Johannesburg, which has received financial aid from Britain. Africa has a unique place in my affections, and there is always something so very special about the warmth and enthusiasm of the traditional African welcome. There was the same exuberance and happiness as I and other Commonwealth leaders arrived in Durban for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. Many of us at this conference highlighted how the varied strands of our shared history have been woven together so that we can more effectively address the challenges and opportunities ahead. Our common past has played a crucial part in bringing so many peoples together into the modern Commonwealth. Looking out here over the streets of Durban, you quickly get a sense of how people from different cultures have come together. And it's the energy and creativity of this which is so very exciting. That, to me, is what the Commonwealth is all about. As with the process of devolution in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth reminds us all of the importance of bringing the lessons of the past to bear on the aspirations for a better future. Talking to Prime Ministers and Presidents in Durban, the need was brought home to me for all of us to draw from our history those constant and unchanging values which have stood the test of time and experience. Fairness and compassion, justice and tolerance. These are the landmarks from the past, which can guide us through the years ahead. These timeless values tell us above all about the way we should relate to people rather than to things, thinking of others, not just of ourselves. Earlier this year in Manchester, I visited some of the emergency services, whose responsibilities day in and day out are based on concern for others. As always, they are on duty over these Christmas and New Year holidays. Some of these firefighters had gone well beyond Manchester to give assistance to others.
Have you been out there?
Yes, 10 times. I normally drive the wagon out loaded with the aid.
There's humanitarian aid consisting of tents.
Earlier this year, this group had been working in very difficult conditions amongst the refugees in the Balkans.
The refugee camps and see where some of this stuff went as well.
Up and down the country, people like these are working tirelessly to help others. They remind us of the responsibility of each and every one of us to show concern for our neighbours and those less fortunate than ourselves. I believe that this provides us with the direction and resolve required for the years ahead. The future is not only about new gadgets, modern technology, or the latest fashion, important as these may be. At the center of all our lives, today and tomorrow, must be the message of caring for others, the message at the heart of Christianity and all the great religions. This message, love thy neighbor as thyself, may be for Christians 2,000 years old. But it is as relevant today as it ever was. I believe it gives us the guidance and the reassurance we need as we step over the threshold into the 21st century. And I, for one, am looking forward to this new millennium. May I wish you all a Merry Christmas, and in this year of all years, a very happy New Year.
Happy millennium. Oh, it's still on over.
Has anyone got any questions they would like to ask Her Majesty?
Did you bring the crown into Australia?
No, I didn't. Oh, well, I can't get it out of the Tower of London.
To receive the honour of knighthood, Sir Sean Connery, for services to drama.
Collection of Canaletto drawings from the Royal Library. Are in this book, you see. They're all, we've managed to unpack them all.
You had a wonderful visit to Rome, didn't
Well,
you?
it was very interesting, yes. And, so it was nice to reminisce again.
Isn't that a sign of the way in which all the churches have grown together
Yes.
in recent years? And I think your presence there would have been a huge encouragement for all the churches.
And he talked about his time when he came here.
That was epoch-making, wasn't it?
Yes.
In 1982, to go to Canterbury, and that would be the time you saw him in this country. I
That's
suppose.
right, yes.
He came to Buckingham
He came to
Palace.
Buckingham Palace, and then he went to Scotland, did he?
Strong as castle, bridge and tower, I am fortress, I am ancient. My city, I am yours, if you are mine. You
And where were you before?
I was staying with a friend, but unfortunately a month was all I could stay. I'm originally from this area, but when I was
when you went
5, yeah, my parents moved to Milton Keynes, and now I've come back to the area.
So you come back to...
Yeah.
Because London's not a very easy place to live in, is it?
No, and it's very expensive. But it's really nice here, everyone's friendly. It's a place that you can actually settle.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
To go on to live for independent living. My bedroom's upstairs, and this is
Can I again look?
Yeah, feel free. I've been here for about 6 months now.
That's rather nice. I think it's quite amusing to think it was a school.
Yeah, I know.
You could transform a school into making...
Well, apparently, my mum, when she was younger, she actually came to this school, and she remembers playing on the playground, so it's quite
So you really
amusing.
have come back to your roots,
Yeah,
haven't
I
you?
have, yeah.
By any measure, this millennium year has been an unforgettable one. Since the turn of the year, it has been celebrated and marked in this country and throughout the Commonwealth. And it has been a particular pleasure for me to visit millennium projects, large and small, which will be reminders for generations to come of the time when the 21st century began. But as this year draws to a close, I would like to reflect more directly and more personally on what lies behind all the celebrations of these past 12 months. Christmas is the traditional, if not the actual birthday, of a man who was destined to change the course of our history. And today we are celebrating the fact that Jesus Christ was born 2,000 years ago. This is the true millennium anniversary. The simple facts of Jesus' life give us little clue as to the influence he was to have on the world. As a boy, he learnt his father's trade as a carpenter. He then became a preacher, recruiting 12 supporters to help him. But his ministry only lasted a few years, and he himself never wrote anything down. In his early 30s, he was arrested, tortured, and crucified with 2 criminals. His death might have been the end of the story, but then came the resurrection, and with it the foundation of the Christian faith. Even in our very material age, the impact of Christ's life is all around us. The image of the Madonna and Child is particularly familiar to us during this Christmas season. If you want to see an expression of Christian faith, you only have to look at our awe-inspiring cathedrals and abbeys, listen to their music, or look at their stained glass windows, their books, and their pictures. But the true measure of Christ's influence is not only in the lives of the saints, but also in the good works quietly done by millions of men and women day in and day out through the centuries. Many will have been inspired by Jesus' simple but powerful teaching, Love God and love thy neighbor as thyself. In other words, treat others as you would like them to treat you. His great emphasis was to give spirituality a practical purpose. Whether we believe in God or not, I think most of us have a sense of the spiritual, that recognition of a deeper meaning and purpose in our lives. And I believe that this sense flourishes despite the pressures of our world. This spirituality can be seen in the teachings of other great faiths. Of course, religion can be divisive, but the Bible, the Quran, and the sacred texts of the Jews and Hindus, Buddhists and Sikhs, are all sources of divine inspiration and practical guidance passed down through the generations. To many of us, our beliefs are of fundamental importance. For me, the teachings of Christ and my own personal accountability before God provide a framework in which I try to lead my life. I, like so many of you, have drawn great comfort in difficult times from Christ's words and example. I believe that the Christian message, in the words of a familiar blessing, remain profoundly important to us all. Go forth into the world in peace. Be of good courage. Hold fast that which is good. Render to no man evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted. Support the weak. Help the afflicted. Honor all men. It is a simple message of compassion, and yet as powerful as ever today, 2,000 years after Christ's birth. I hope this day will be as special for you as it is for me. May I wish you all a very happy Christmas. For many people all over the world, the year 2001 seems to have brought them more than their fair share of trials and disasters. There have been storms and droughts, as well as epidemics and famine. And this country has not been spared, with the floods this time last year, and foot and mouth, which has had such devastating consequences for our farmers and rural communities. They and others whose livelihoods have been affected continue to suffer hardship and anxiety long after the newspaper headlines have moved on. But whilst many of these events were of natural origin, it was the human conflicts and the wanton acts of crime and terror against fellow human beings which have so appalled us all. The terrorist outrages in the United States last September brought home to us the pain and grief of ordinary people the world over, who find themselves innocently caught up in such evil. During the following days, we struggled to find ways of expressing our horror at what had happened. As so often in our lives at times of tragedy, just as on occasions of celebration and thanksgiving, we look to the Church to bring us together as a nation or as a community in commemoration and tribute. It is to the Church that we turn to give meaning to these moments of intense human experience through prayer, symbol, and ceremony. In these circumstances, so many of us, whatever our religion, need our faith more than ever to sustain and guide us. Every one of us needs to believe in the value of all that is good and honest. We need to let this belief drive and influence our actions. All the major faiths tell us to give support and hope to others in distress. We in this country have tried to bring comfort to all those who were bereaved or who suffered loss or injury in September's tragic events through those moving services at St. Paul's and more recently at Westminster Abbey. On these occasions, and during the countless other acts of worship during this past year, we came together as a community of relations, friends, and neighbors to draw strength in troubled times from those around us. I believe that strong and open communities matter, both in good times as well as bad. Certainly, they provide a way of helping one another. I would like to pay tribute to so many of you who work selflessly for others in your neighborhood needing care and support. Communities also give us an important sense of belonging, which is a compelling need in all of us. We all enjoy moments of great happiness and suffer times of profound sadness. The happiness is heightened, the sadness softened when it is shared. But there is more than that. A sense of belonging to a group which has in common the same desire for a fair and ordered society helps to overcome differences and misunderstanding by reducing prejudice, ignorance, and fear. We all have something to learn from one another, whatever our faith, be it Christian or Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu or Sikh, whatever our background, whether we be young or old from town or countryside. This is an important lesson for us all during this festive season. For Christmas marks a moment to pause, to reflect and believe in the possibilities of rebirth and renewal. Christ's birth in Bethlehem so long ago remains a powerful symbol of hope for a better future. After all the tribulations of this year, this is surely more relevant than ever. As we come together amongst family and friends and look forward to the coming year, I hope in the months to come we shall be able to find ways of strengthening our own communities as a sure support and comfort to us all, whatever may lie ahead. May I, in this my 50th Christmas message to you, once again wish every one of you a very happy Christmas.
Sing
may I, on behalf of everybody here, wish you and the family a really happy Christmas and a very lovely 2002, your Jubilee year.
Thank you very much.
As I look back over these past 12 months, I know that it has been about as full a year as I can remember. But Christmas itself still remains a time for reflection and a focus of hope for the future. All great religions have such times of renewal, moments to take stock before moving on to face the challenges which lie ahead. Many of you will know only too well from your own experience the grief that follows the death of a much-loved mother or sister. Mine were very much part of my life and always gave me their support and encouragement. But my own sadness was tempered by the generous tributes that so many of you have paid to the service they gave to this country and the wider Commonwealth. At such a difficult time, this gave me great comfort and inspiration as I faced up both to my own personal loss and to the busy Jubilee summer ahead. Anniversaries are important events in all our lives. Christmas is the anniversary of the birth of Christ over 2,000 years ago. But it is much more than that. It is the celebration of the birth of an idea and an ideal. In a different way, I felt that the Golden Jubilee was more than just an anniversary. The celebrations were joyous occasions, but they also seemed to evoke something more lasting and profound, a sense of belonging and pride in country, town, or community. A sense of sharing a common heritage, enriched by the cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity of our 21st century society. I hope it also provided an occasion to acknowledge the progress of the past 50 years and the contributions of those who have done so much to make this country what it is today. Their leadership and example, their achievements in science, the arts,
and many other fields. These celebrations also gave opportunities to recognize the valuable work undertaken by so many people in service of their communities. It was a time to remind ourselves, as the Christmas story does every year, that we must never forget the plight of the disadvantaged and excluded, that we must respond to the needs of those who may be in distress or despair. Our modern world places such heavy demands on our time and attention that the need to remember our responsibilities to others is greater than ever. It is often difficult to keep this sense of perspective through the ups and downs of everyday life, as this year has constantly reminded me. I know just how much I rely on my own faith to guide me through the good times and the bad. Each day is a new beginning. I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give of my best in all that the day brings, and to put my trust in God. Like others of you who draw inspiration from your own faith, I draw strength from the message of hope in the Christian gospel. Fortified by this, and the support you have given throughout the last 12 months, which has meant so much to me, I look forward to the new year, to facing the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, and to continuing to serve you to the very best of my ability each and every day. A happy Christmas to you all.
Everything's cool. Thank you, Granny. Hey, what? Thank you. There we are. Christmas is, for most of us, a time for a break from work, for family and friends, for presents, turkey and crackers. But we should not lose sight of the fact that these are traditional celebrations around a great religious festival, one of the most important in the Christian year. Religion and culture are much in the news these days, usually as sources of difference and conflict, rather than for bringing people together. But the irony is that every religion has something to say about tolerance and respecting others. For me, as a Christian, one of the most important of these teachings is contained in the parable of the Good Samaritan, when Jesus answers the question, "Who is my neighbor?" It is a timeless story of a victim of a mugging who was ignored by his own countrymen, but helped by a foreigner, and a despised foreigner at that. The implication drawn by Jesus is clear. Everyone is our neighbor, no matter what race, creed, or color. The need to look after a fellow human being is far more important than any cultural or religious differences.
I work within the health service. I'm a member of the Royal College of Nursing. Do a lot of work around diversity within the workplace.
It's wonderful work to be doing. Most of us have learned to acknowledge and respect the ways of other cultures and religions. But what matters even more is the way in which those from different backgrounds behave towards each other in everyday life. It is vitally important that we should all participate and cooperate for the sake of the well-being of the whole community. Where are you from?
I'm from Brighton, where I lived 32 years. She's born Brighanian.
Presumably the work has expanded a lot, hasn't it?
Especially in interfaith work.
Yeah.
Interrelation and community relations, and helping to understand the diversity and value it, appreciate that. I think we're moving towards the right things now.
We have only to look around to recognize the benefits of this positive approach in business or local government, in sport, music and the arts. There is certainly much more to be done and many challenges to be overcome. Discrimination still exists. Some people feel that their own beliefs are being threatened. Some are unhappy about unfamiliar cultures. They all need to be reassured that there is so much to be gained by reaching out to others, that diversity is indeed a strength and not a threat. We need also to realize that peaceful and steady progress in our society of differing cultures and heritage can be threatened at any moment by the actions of extremists at home or by events abroad. We can certainly never be complacent, but there is every reason to be hopeful about the future. As I make visits around the country, I see at first hand the effort being made to bring communities together.
What do you think of our Gurdwara?
It's very interesting, very nice to see it.
Comparable to Amritsar?
It's easier to see here. And then, of course, you're expanding it too.
That's right. I mean, it's a lot, as the ladies have said and gentlemen will say, so much work with the community and the youngsters that goes on.
Wonderful work. The Duke of Edinburgh has been involved with interfaith activities for many years.
It doesn't really matter which religious community they belong to, because if they're all, in a sense, inspired by the Ark and by the conservation, then they're all doing something together without compromising their beliefs in any way, and yet still being able to work together.
The idea that the churches and the aid agencies might perhaps talk to each other a bit more, get together a bit more, is a very good idea. And the Prince of Wales is well known for his work with many different communities.
On behalf of the London East Academy, I feel privileged to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Charles to our humble school. The Muslim community in East London has always needed an Islamic secondary school to inform the young generation of Muslims the importance of education, and also how important it is to understand the basic contents of Islam.
Because I've always found fascinating, so much of Islam is based on interpretation, isn't it, by one scholar or another, of what was actually said or not said. So do you have to take it away back home and try and memorize all these?
Yeah.
Have you got tapes to listen to as well?
Yeah, yes.
Do they work?
Now, by the grace of Allah, London Muslim Centre will play host to a new breed of Muslims who will show Londoners the true qualities of Muslims: intelligent, kind, moderate, and caring towards every other British citizen, whatever colour, religion or creed.
The positive approach of our children should inspire us all. I certainly recognize that much has been achieved in my lifetime. I believe tolerance and fair play remain strong British values, and we have so much to build on for the future. It was for this reason that I particularly enjoyed a story I heard the other day about an overseas visitor to Britain who said the best part of his visit had been travelling from Heathrow into central London on the tube. His British friends were, as you can imagine, somewhat surprised, particularly as the visitor had been to some of the great attractions of the country. "What do you mean?" they asked. "Because," he replied, "I boarded the train just as the schools were coming out."
At each stop, children were getting on and off. They were of every ethnic and religious background, some with scarves or turbans, some talking quietly, others playing and occasionally misbehaving together, completely at ease and trusting one another. How lucky you are, said the visitor, to live in a country where your children can grow up in this way. I hope they will be allowed to enjoy this happy companionship for the rest of their lives. A happy Christmas to you all. The day after my last Christmas message was broadcast, the world experienced one of the worst natural disasters ever recorded. The devastating tsunami struck countries around the Indian Ocean, causing death and destruction on an unprecedented scale. This was followed by a number of vicious hurricanes across the Caribbean and the inundation of the city of New Orleans. Then, in the autumn, came the massive earthquake in Pakistan and India. This series of dreadful events has brought loss and suffering to so many people and their families and friends, not only in the countries directly affected, but here in Britain and throughout the Commonwealth. As if these disasters were not bad enough, I have sometimes thought that humanity seemed to have turned on itself, with wars, civil disturbances, and acts of brutal terrorism. In this country, many people's lives were totally changed by the London bombings in July. This Christmas, my thoughts are especially with those everywhere who are grieving the loss of loved ones during what for so many has been such a terrible year. These natural and human tragedies provided the headline news.
Good morning, Food Talk, Sam.
They also provoked a quite remarkable humanitarian response. People of compassion all over the world responded with immediate practical and financial help. There may be an instinct in all of us to help those in distress, but in many cases I believe this has been inspired by religious faith. Christianity is not the only religion to teach its followers to help others and to treat your neighbour as you would want to be treated yourself. It has been clear that in the course of this year, relief workers and financial support have come from members of every faith and from every corner of the world.
Mr. Stewart.
Nice to see you again. Good.
Do you remember Stuart?
He was in the tunnel with you yesterday?
Yes.
He was helping you out from the front?
I said that God has sent them for us, especially for us.
I wish we could do more, but...
God bless you all.
There is no doubt that the process of rebuilding these communities is far from over, and there will be fresh calls on our commitment to help in the future. Certainly the need for selflessness and generosity in the face of hardship is nothing new. The veterans of the Second World War, whom we honoured last summer, can tell us how so often in moments of greatest trial, those around them seemed able to draw on some inner strength to find courage and compassion. We see this today in the way that young men and women are calmly serving our country around the world, often in great danger.
It's really nice to be here with them as well.
This last year has reminded us that this world is not always an easy or a safe place to live in, but it is the only place we have. I believe also that it has shown us all how our faith, whatever our religion, can inspire us to work together in friendship and peace for the sake of our own and future generations. For Christians, this festival of Christmas is the time to remember the birth of the one we call the Prince of Peace, and our source of light and life in both good times and bad. It is not always easy to accept his teaching, but I have no doubt that the new year will be all the better if we do but try. I hope you will all have a very happy Christmas this year, and that you go into the new year with renewed hope and confidence. Today's societies are constantly seeking ways to improve their quality of life, and science and technology play a vital part in that search. Experimentation, research, and innovation mean that more opportunities for improving people's lives exist today than ever before. Take long-distance communication, where the obstacles of time and geography have been dramatically reduced. People can now use mobile phones to be in instant contact virtually anywhere in the world, be it with a medical center in the Himalayan mountains in Asia, a Pacific Island school, a research facility at the South Pole, or even the International Space Station beyond this planet altogether. Advances in modern telecommunications are also having a marked economic effect on people from developing nations in the Commonwealth, helping to transform small to medium-sized businesses. The Internet is playing an important part in helping to nurture these fledgling markets, but as yet it still remains an unaffordable option for too many of our Commonwealth citizens. Progress in the fields of healthcare, manufacturing and education
have for the most part helped improve people's lives throughout the world. In the health sector, the Commonwealth has shown how collaborative schemes can successfully assist member states to fight pandemics and diseases. In making these advances, the Commonwealth recognises that the best forms of innovation are those that unite and help build resilient partnerships and better societies as a whole. This is particularly important for the more than half of the Commonwealth who are under 25 years of age. It is vital that their potential to build on the exceptional scientific expertise that exists in member states is also fully supported through education and social development. The Commonwealth understands this and should continue to aid and encourage our young people to participate in the exciting new opportunities that lie ahead, in the knowledge that progress is something which must be sustained and shared by all. Over 400 years ago, King James VI of Scotland inherited the throne of England at a time when the Christian Church was deeply divided. Here at Hampton Court in 1604, he convened a conference of churchmen of all shades of opinion to discuss the future of Christianity in this country. The king agreed to commission a new translation of the Bible that was acceptable to all parties. This was to become the King James, or Authorized Bible, which next year will be exactly 4 centuries old. Acknowledged as a masterpiece of English prose and the most vivid translation of the Scriptures, the glorious language of this Bible has survived the turbulence of history and given many of us the most widely recognized and beautiful descriptions of the birth of Jesus Christ, which we celebrate today.
And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered.
And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds, abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night.
And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of heavenly hosts praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
The King James Bible was a major cooperative endeavour that required the efforts of dozens of the day's leading scholars. The whole enterprise was guided by an interest in reaching agreement for the wider benefit of the Christian Church and to bring harmony to the kingdoms of England and Scotland. 400 years later, it is as important as ever to build communities and create harmony. And one of the most powerful ways of doing this is through sport and games.
On play! Go, 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 go!
During this past year of abundant sporting events, I've seen for myself just how important sport is in bringing people together from all backgrounds, from all walks of life, and from all age groups. In the parks of towns and cities and on village greens up and down the country, countless thousands of people every week give up their time to participate in sport and exercise of all sorts, or simply encourage others to do so. These kinds of activity are common throughout the world and play a part in providing a different perspective on life.
Team. Go guys, go.
Apart from developing physical fitness, sport and games can also teach vital social skills. None can be enjoyed without abiding by the rules. And no team can hope to succeed without cooperation between the players. This sort of positive team spirit can benefit communities, companies, and enterprises of all kinds. As the success of recent Paralympics bear witness, a love of sport also has the power to help rehabilitate. One only has to think of the injured men and women of the armed forces to see how an interest in games and sport can speed recovery and renew a sense of purpose, enjoyment, and comradeship. Right around the world, people gather to compete under standard rules, and in most cases in a spirit of friendly rivalry. Competitors know that to succeed they must respect their opponents. Very often they like each other too. Sportsmen and women often speak of the enormous pride they have in representing their country, a sense of belonging to a wider family. We see this vividly at the Commonwealth Games, for example, which is known to many as the Friendly Games, and where I'm sure you have noticed that it is always the competitors from the smallest countries who receive the loudest cheers. People are capable of belonging to many communities, including a religious faith. King James may not have anticipated quite how important sport and games were to become in promoting harmony and common interests. But from the scriptures in the Bible which bears his name, we know that nothing is more satisfying than the feeling of belonging to a group who are dedicated to helping each other. Therefore, all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. I wish you and all those whom you love and care for a very happy Christmas. One simple lesson from history is that when people come together to talk, to exchange ideas, and to develop common goals, wonderful things can happen. So many of the world's greatest technological and industrial achievements have begun as partnerships between families, countries, and even continents. But as we are often reminded, the opposite can also be true. When common goals fall apart, so does the exchange of ideas. And if people no longer trust or understand each other, the talking will soon stop too. In the Commonwealth, we are a group of 53 nations of dramatically different sizes and climates. But over the years, drawing on our shared history, we have seen and acted upon the huge advantages of mutual cooperation and understanding for the benefit of our countries and the people who live in them.
Not only are there tremendous rewards for this cooperation, but through dialogue we protect ourselves against the dangers that can so easily arise from a failure to talk or to see the other person's point of view. Indeed, it seems to me that now, in the second decade of the 21st century, what we share through being members of the Commonwealth is more important and worthy of protection than perhaps at any other time in the Commonwealth's existence. We are guardians of a precious flame, and it is our duty not only to keep it burning brightly, but to keep it replenished for the decades ahead. With this in mind, I think it apt that on this day we celebrate a young Commonwealth and all that it has to offer. As a concept that is unique in human history, the Commonwealth can only flourish if its ideas and ideals continue to be young and fresh and relevant to all generations. The youthfulness and vitality that motivate our collective endeavours was seen in abundance last year in Glasgow. They will be seen again in a few months' time when young leaders from islands and continents gather to make new friendships and to work on exciting initiatives that can help to build a safer world for future generations. And last November in India, talented young scientists from universities and research institutes conferred with eminent professors and pioneers of discovery at the Commonwealth Science Conference, where together they shared thoughts on insights and inventions that promise a more sustainable future. These are stirring examples of what is meant by a young Commonwealth. It is a globally diverse and inclusive community that opens up new possibilities for development through trust and encouragement. Commonwealth Day provides each of us, as members of this worldwide family, with a chance to recommit ourselves to upholding the values of the Commonwealth Charter. It has the power to enrich us all, but just as importantly, in an uncertain world, it gives us a good reason to keep talking. At this time of year, few sights evoke more feelings of cheer and goodwill than the twinkling lights of a Christmas tree. The popularity of a tree at Christmas is due in part to my great-great-grandparents, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. After this touching picture was published, many families wanted a Christmas tree of their own, and the custom soon spread. In 1949, I spent Christmas in Malta as a newly married naval wife. We have returned to that island over the years, including last month for a meeting of Commonwealth leaders. And this year, I met another group of leaders, the Queen's Young Leaders, an inspirational group, each of them a symbol of hope in their own Commonwealth communities. Gathering round the tree gives us a chance to think about the year ahead. I'm looking forward to a busy 2016, though I have been warned I may have happy birthdays sung to me more than once or twice. It also allows us to reflect on the year that has passed, as we think of those who are far away or no longer with us. Many people say the first Christmas after losing a loved one is particularly hard. But it's also a time to remember all that we have to be thankful for. It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year, but the Gospel of John contains a verse of great hope, often read at Christmas carol services. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. One cause for thankfulness this summer was marking 70 years since the end of the Second World War. On VJ Day, we honored the remaining veterans of that terrible conflict in the Far East, as well as remembering the thousands who never returned. The procession from Horse Guards Parade to Westminster Abbey must have been one of the slowest ever, because so many people wanted to say thank you to them. At the end of that war, the people of Oslo began sending an annual gift of a Christmas tree for Trafalgar Square. It has 500 light bulbs and is enjoyed not just by Christians, but by people of all faiths and of none. At the very top sits a bright star to represent the Star of Bethlehem. The custom of topping a tree also goes back to Prince Albert's time. For his family's tree, he chose an angel, helping to remind us that the focus of the Christmas story is on one particular family. For Joseph and Mary, the circumstances of Jesus' birth in a stable were far from ideal. But worse was to come as the family was forced to flee the country. It is no surprise that such a human story still captures our imagination and continues to inspire all of us who are Christians the world over. Despite being displaced and persecuted throughout his short life, Christ's unchanging message was not one of revenge or violence, but simply that we should love one another. Although it is not an easy message to follow, we shouldn't be discouraged. Rather, it inspires us to try harder, to be thankful for the people who bring love and happiness into our own lives, and to look for ways of spreading that love to others, whenever and wherever we can. One of the joys of living a long life is watching one's children, then grandchildren, then great-grandchildren help decorate the Christmas tree. And this year, my family has a new member to join in the fun. The customary decorations have changed little in the years since that picture of Victoria and Albert's tree first appeared, although, of course, electric lights have replaced the candles. There's an old saying that it is better to light a candle than curse the darkness. There are millions of people lighting candles of hope in our world today. Christmas is a good time to be thankful for them and for all that brings light to our lives. I wish you a very happy Christmas. 60 years ago today, a young woman spoke about the speed of technological change as she presented the first television broadcast of its kind. She described the moment as a landmark.
Television has made it possible for many of you to see me in your homes on Christmas Day. My own family often gather round to watch television, as they are at this moment, and that is how I imagine you now.
6 decades on, the presenter has evolved somewhat, as has the technology she described. Back then, who could have imagined that people would one day be watching this on laptops and mobile phones, as some of you are today? But I'm also struck by something that hasn't changed. That whatever the technology, many of you will be watching this at home. We think of our homes as places of warmth, familiarity, and love, of shared stories and memories, which is perhaps why at this time of year, so many return to where they grew up. There is a timeless simplicity to the pull of home. For many, the idea of home reaches beyond a physical building, to hometown or city. This Christmas, I think of London and Manchester, whose powerful identities shone through over the past 12 months in the face of appalling attacks. In Manchester, those targeted included children who had gone to see their favourite singer. A few days after the bombing, I had the privilege of meeting some of the young survivors and their parents. So you come especially for the concert, did you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The birthday present.
Oh, was it? Oh, right.
Very scary.
Very wicked.
Mm.
And, to target that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's awful, but hopefully they'll mend.
Yes.
We'll get
But
better.
it's very interesting how everybody has united, haven't they, here?
It's been amazing, really.
Mm. I described that hospital visit as a privilege because the patients I met were an example to us all, showing extraordinary bravery and resilience. Indeed, many of those who survived the attack came together just days later for a benefit concert. It was a powerful reclaiming of the ground and of the city those young people call home. We expect our homes to be a place of safety, sanctuary even, which makes it all the more shocking when the comfort they provide is shattered. A few weeks ago, the Prince of Wales visited the Caribbean in the aftermath of hurricanes that destroyed entire communities. And here in London, who can forget the sheer awfulness of the Grenfell Tower fire? Our thoughts and prayers are with all those who died and those who lost so much. And we are indebted to members of the emergency services who risked their own lives this past year, saving others. Many of them, of course, will not be at home today because they are working to protect us. Reflecting on these events makes me grateful for the blessings of home and family, and in particular for 70 years of marriage. I don't know that anyone had invented the term platinum for a 70th wedding anniversary when I was born. You weren't expected to be around that long. Even Prince Philip has decided it's time to slow down a little, having, as he economically put it, done his bit. But I know his support and unique sense of humour will remain as strong as ever as we enjoy spending time this Christmas with our family and look forward to welcoming new members into it next year. In 2018, I will open my home to a different type of family, the leaders of the 52 nations of the Commonwealth, as they gather in the UK for a summit. The Commonwealth has an inspiring way of bringing people together, be it through the Commonwealth Games, which begin in a few months' time on Australia's Gold Coast, or through bodies like the Commonwealth Youth Orchestra and Choir, a reminder of how truly vibrant this international family is. Today, we celebrate Christmas, which itself is sometimes described as a festival of the home. Families travel long distances to be together. Volunteers and charities, as well as many churches, arrange meals for the homeless and those who would otherwise be alone on Christmas Day. We remember the birth of Jesus Christ, whose only sanctuary was a stable in Bethlehem. He knew rejection, hardship, and persecution. And yet it is Jesus Christ's generous love and example which has inspired me through good times and bad. Whatever your own experience is this year, wherever and however you are watching, I wish you a peaceful and very happy Christmas. Every year, we herald the coming of Christmas by turning on the lights. And light does more than create a festive mood. Light brings hope. For Christians, Jesus is the light of the world, but we can't celebrate his birth today in quite the usual way. People of all faiths have been unable to gather as they would wish for their festivals, such as Passover, Easter, Eid, and Vaisakhi. But we need life to go on. Last month, fireworks lit up the sky around Windsor as Hindus, Sikhs, and Jains celebrated Diwali, the Festival of Lights, providing joyous moments of hope and unity despite social distancing. Remarkably, a year that has necessarily kept people apart has in many ways brought us closer. Across the Commonwealth, my family and I have been inspired by stories of people volunteering in their communities, helping those in need. In the United Kingdom and around the world, people have risen magnificently to the challenges of the year, and I'm so proud and moved by this quiet, indomitable spirit. To our young people in particular, I say thank you for the part you have played. This year we celebrated International Nurses' Day on the 200th anniversary of the birth of Florence Nightingale. As with other nursing pioneers like Mary Seacole, Florence Nightingale shone a lamp of hope across the world. Today, our frontline services still shine that lamp for us, supported by the amazing achievements of modern science, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. We continue to be inspired by the kindness of strangers and draw comfort that even on the darkest nights, there is hope in the new dawn. Jesus touched on this with the parable of the Good Samaritan. The man who is robbed and left at the roadside is saved by someone who did not share his religion or culture. This wonderful story of kindness is still as relevant today. Good Samaritans have emerged across society, showing care and respect for all, regardless of gender, race, and background, reminding us that each one of us is special and equal in the eyes of God. The teachings of Christ have served as my inner light, as has the sense of purpose we can find in coming together to worship. In November, we commemorated another hero, though nobody knows his name. The tomb of the unknown warrior isn't a large memorial, but everyone entering Westminster Abbey has to walk around his resting place, honoring this unnamed combatant of the First World War, a symbol of selfless duty and ultimate sacrifice. The unknown warrior was not exceptional. That's the point. He represents millions like him who throughout our history have put the lives of others above their own, and will be doing so today. For me, this is a source of enduring hope in difficult and unpredictable times. Of course, for many, this time of year will be tinged with sadness, some mourning the loss of those dear to them, and others missing friends and family members distanced for safety, when all they'd really want for Christmas is a simple hug or a squeeze of the hand. If you are among them, you are not alone, and let me assure you of my thoughts and prayers. The Bible tells how a star appeared in the sky, its light guiding the shepherds and wise men to the scene of Jesus' birth. Let the light of Christmas, the spirit of selflessness, love, and above all hope, guide us in the times ahead. It is in that spirit that I wish you a very happy Christmas.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. Although it's a time of great happiness and good cheer for many, Christmas can be hard for those who have lost loved ones. This year especially, I understand why. But for me, in the months since the death of my beloved Philip, I have drawn great comfort from the warmth and affection of the many tributes to his life and work, from around the country, the Commonwealth, and the world. His sense of service, intellectual curiosity, and capacity to squeeze fun out of any situation were all irrepressible. That mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him. But life, of course, consists of final partings as well as first meetings. And as much as I and my family miss him, I know he would want us to enjoy Christmas. We felt his presence as we, like millions around the world, readied ourselves for Christmas. While COVID again means we can't celebrate quite as we may have wished, we can still enjoy the many happy traditions. Be it the singing of carols, as long as the tune is well known, decorating the tree, giving and receiving presents, or watching a favorite film where we already know the ending. It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines. We see our own children and their families embrace the roles, traditions, and values that mean so much to us, as these are passed from one generation to the next, sometimes being updated for changing times. I see it in my own family, and it is a source of great happiness. Prince Philip was always mindful of this sense of passing the baton. That's why he created the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which offers young people throughout the Commonwealth and beyond the chance of exploration and adventure. It remains an astonishing success, grounded in his faith in the future. He was also an early champion of taking seriously our stewardship of the environment, and I am proud beyond words that his pioneering work has been taken on and magnified by our eldest son Charles and his eldest son William, admirably supported by Camilla and Catherine, most recently at the COP Climate Change Summit in Glasgow. Next summer, we look forward to the Commonwealth Games. The baton is currently travelling the length and breadth of the Commonwealth, heading towards Birmingham, a beacon of hope on its journey. It will be a chance to celebrate the achievements of athletes and the coming together of like-minded nations. And February, just 6 weeks from now, will see the start of my Platinum Jubilee year, which I hope will be an opportunity for people everywhere to enjoy a sense of togetherness, a chance to give thanks for the enormous changes of the last 70 years, social, scientific, and cultural, and also to look ahead with confidence. I'm sure someone somewhere today will remark that Christmas is a time for children. It's an engaging truth, but only half the story. Perhaps it's truer to say that Christmas can speak to the child within us all. Adults, when weighed down with worries, sometimes fail to see the joy in simple things, where children do not. And for me and my family, even with one familiar laugh missing this year, there will be joy in Christmas, as we have the chance to reminisce and see anew the wonder of the festive season through the eyes of our young children,
of whom we were delighted to welcome 4 more this year. They teach us all a lesson, just as the Christmas story does, that in the birth of a child there is a new dawn with endless potential. It is this simplicity of the Christmas story that makes it so universally appealing. Simple happenings that form the starting point of the life of Jesus, a man whose teachings have been handed down from generation to generation and have been the bedrock of my faith. His birth marked a new beginning. As the carol says, the hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. I wish you all a very happy Christmas.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is September 8th, 2022, and we are interrupting regular programming to bring you breaking news. It is with deep sadness that Buckingham Palace has announced Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch in Commonwealth history, has died at the age of 96. She is the only queen most of us have ever known, so this is a monumental loss for not only the UK, but Canada and the world. You can see there the Union Jack on top of Buckingham Palace at half-mast on what is a deeply sad day, not only for the Commonwealth, but the entire world.
The steady procession of black limousines arriving at the gates of Balmoral Castle hinted at the urgency of the Queen's condition. And so did this, an unusual mid-morning statement that doctors were concerned for the 96-year-old monarch. Former royal correspondent Wesley Kerr says it appears her health deteriorated quickly.
She was still well enough as recently as Tuesday to receive the resignation of her 14th Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and appoint her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The Queen was jolly and in a good mood, and we saw her there, although looking frail.
By mid-afternoon, a jet carrying her sons, Princes Andrew and Edward, and her grandson, Prince William, touched down in nearby foggy Aberdeen. Her eldest son, Charles, the heir to the throne, was already at her side. And Prince Harry, who'd been in Germany, headed to Balmoral too, although he wouldn't make it in time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In Britain's House of Commons, anxious parliamentarians sent their best wishes.
We send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen.
And the country held its collective breath. Then, around 6:30 local time, this is how the BBC, the public broadcaster, broke the momentous news.
A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
The flags at Downing Street were immediately lowered, and Prime Minister Liz Truss made a statement.
It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world.
The last time most people saw the Queen in public was in June from the balcony of Buckingham Palace during her 70th Jubilee. At the time, it felt like a farewell.
This is a cataclysmic event. It's not a shocking or surprising event, but Elizabeth, Lilibet, has been such a fixture on the British scene, on the world scene, for these remarkable 70 years as a monarch and for a life that goes back to 1926. For most of that time, the most famous woman in the world, but really never seemed to put a foot wrong, just a life of amazing duty, service, hard work, incredible energy. My lords.
Tonight, Britain has a new monarch, King Charles III, the oldest and longest-serving heir apparent in British history. He has already had his first conversation with Britain's Prime Minister. He plans to make his first address to the nation and the Commonwealth on Friday.
This was not a day to talk about funeral or logistics, although that will dominate events over the next few days. Instead, commentators focused on the Queen, on her life and her legacy, and the strange sensation of a Great Britain without her. Adrian.
And Chris, I know it's raining, I know it's dark. People started gathering there as soon as the news broke. You might not be able to see much, but can you give us a sense of the flavor of the scene there tonight?
Well, we are right here next to the gates. It is in a downpour. Some people were coming to a nearby bridge earlier in the evening, just before it got dark, to lay flowers. The world's media is gathering here as well, and I'm sure by daylight we're going to see more people and, of course, a whole lot more people talking about the Queen and her legacy.
All right, Chris Brown outside the Balmoral estate. Thank you very much, Chris.
After 9 decades of blissful summers here, the Queen left her beloved Balmoral for the very last time. With her are flowers from her cherished estate. The coffin draped in the royal standard for Scotland. Over the River Dee, the cortege on its way. It weaves through the landscape she loved for a lifetime. Mourners on verges, paying respects. Then a hush as the corner is turned into Ballater. Silence falls. This Highland village that thought her to be family bid a final farewell. In the town of Banchory, applause. Outside it, tractors form a guard of honour. Over the King George VI Bridge in Aberdeen, named after her father, our last king. In Mercat Cross in oldest Edinburgh, news proclaimed of our newest.
Our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
The first proclamation of the new monarch outside London. Scotland at the heart of proceedings, however unfamiliar.
God save the King!
The anthem sung by political leaders and among the crowds. Where we meet Ian, too sorrowful to join in.
Does it feel slightly conflicted to be cheering the new king as we await the Queen here?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it does. I did not cheer, I did not sing. I'm pretty mournful, really. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a time for jubilation.
Others are looking forward.
It brought a tear to my eye, I have to confess. I met the Queen once when I was very small. It means a lot to me to be here for that reason. But hearing everybody sing the national anthem was wonderful. And I think really important for the young children to hear that and to know that they were here. They might not really know an importance now, but they know that they were here and that something really important happened.
What other occasion would inspire this? A cordon of goodwill lined this long route, passing homes and gardens and into Dundee.
I never thought I would see it, because if she hadn't passed away in Balmoral, we wouldn't have seen any of this. So I feel very honoured to be here today.
Well, I think she is the true essence of what it means to be British, and she has worked effortlessly over the last 70 years for us, that it was only right that we pay our respects to her, and I'm glad we did.
It is the final journey of a woman woven into the fabric of this country. Across the Queensferry crossing, she opened just 5 years ago. Its sister structure, she opened more than 50 years earlier.
We remember some moments of enormous solidarity when Her Majesty came here. She came here immediately after the Dunblane tragedy in 1996 and was a visible embodiment of the grief that we were all coping with here in Scotland and of course across the United Kingdom on that tragedy. So the Queen has been with us on some really sad days. She's also been with us on some really joyful days. I remember the day she came to open the Scottish Parliament in 1999. It was a day brimming with joy, and the Queen was right at the centre of that.
Then the Queen's destination for now. The cortege greeted in the Scottish capital by streets heavy with sentiment.
For mile after mile until the Royal Mile, this cortege has passed many thousands of mourners, bidding the Queen the most gracious goodbye.
From her cherished Highland retreat to the monarch's official residence in Edinburgh, the coffin brought in to the palace of Holyrood House. The journey has been long. It will lie here tonight.
Indeed, Kieran Jenkins, thanks very much. Well, I'm joined now by Baroness Davidson, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives. Thank you very much for coming to join us here in the rain outside Holyrood House Palace. When you saw, as we all did, that coffin for the first time, that was quite a moment, wasn't it?
It was a moment, and I saw it come in the car. I've been watching it on the TV screens, all of its passage all the way down from Balmoral to Edinburgh, and then to see the soldiers take it out of the back and get in formation and take it into the Palace of Holyrood House. It was a real punch in the gut, actually. It made it real, and there has been an unreality about the last few days, but that made it real for me today.
And I was really taken aback by the crowds here in Edinburgh and also along the line of the cortege. I mean, thousands upon thousands of people.
I wasn't surprised by that, actually. I knew that there would be hundreds, thousands of people that would want to make a physical point of being able to do something for Her Majesty.
Collective grief, together.
It was, but it's also a sense of doing right by someone that's always done their duty by us. And it's a small thing to leave your house and stand for an hour in the rain now, but sun before. But it's just that sense of making sure it was done right. And I'm really proud today to show that this part of the Scottish end of it has been done right.
talking of the Scottish end of it, she was very fond of Scotland. Balmoral was supposedly her favourite place, her favourite palace. The fact that she died past here, the fact that this is the first place a public woman lying at rest, how important is that for unionists like you?
But you know, there's a time and a place to discuss politics, and actually I don't think now is the time, and I don't think in the lee of where her coffin's sitting tonight is the place either. I think that there will be time for us to talk about that, but whether you're on the unionist or the independent side of the argument here, there will be people of both sides that lined the streets today that came out just to show somebody who did their duty that they also wanted to do their bit. And I think that what was so appealing about the Queen's love of Scotland is that it wasn't synthetic. It was utterly honest. She loved going to Balmoral and being able to shut those gates and to be free. It was a freedom for her to be there.
No one wants to talk politics today, you're right, but these symbols are very powerful, aren't they? This is more show than tell.
Well, look, I think people will look at this, and for all that it's one of the biggest news stories in the world right now, for all there's a global impact, for all that there's a national narrative, actually a lot of people are taking this very personally. I know when I heard the news on Thursday that she'd passed, my first thoughts were actually to people that I'd lost in my own life, and I think that's for a lot of people too. So, we can absolutely, and I'm always happy to discuss politics. I'm a political animal after all. But sometimes it's time to put politics aside, and today, in the rain, here in Edinburgh, is one of those times.
What do you think people here are expecting from the new monarch here in Scotland, from Charles III?
Well, we've seen over the years, we've seen him gradually take on more responsibility. First, he would come with the Queen to do some of her official duties, and then sometimes he would take them on solely by himself. So I think that segue is going to be pretty seamless, actually. He's already had a good training, if you like, in all of that. But in terms of what we want to see of Charles the man, I think we've had a pretty good indication in the last 3 days, and I think people have
From his address?
Yeah, from his address, from the way in which he's conducted himself, from the way in which he's wanted to go and speak to people. He hasn't shut himself up in buildings, shut himself away with his own grief, and let's remember he's a son that's grieving his mother, and he's also doing his duty. But I mean, in terms of having a training ground, he's learned from the best, and he knows exactly what the country wants from him, because he can see how much the country has loved his mother and everything that she gave.
And despite his very long apprenticeship, the impression one gets is that he will bring a slightly different style to the monarchy, perhaps slightly warmer, perhaps slightly more open. What do you think?
Well, I think, and I mean, you'll have spoken to many people that have met him who'll say the same thing as I, is that he's actually a very funny man. He's engaging.
He's made you laugh?
Listen. He has, yeah, he has. And perhaps not in the way his father might have. He's got a drier sense of humour.
Right.
But and he is interested in people, and he wants to engage with them, and he's interested in issues. And many people have said that if he gets too involved in issues, that could be a problem. But I think he also, you saw in his address, he said, I understand what's expected of me.
He's going to step back from some of these issues, isn't he?
I think he may do, and be a king for all of the country.
Baroness Davidson, thank you very much indeed. Kathy.
Thanks, Matt. Well, today has seen King Charles meet the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, as well as High Commissioners from countries which were all at one time part of the British Empire. Let's go over to Fatima Manji, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Fatima.
Well, just a few moments ago, the crowds here were pretty delighted to catch a glimpse of King Charles heading out from Buckingham Palace to Clarence House. And they were very, very pleased to be able to catch a glimpse of him. It was quite a roar, because as much as people are coming here to pay their respects to the Queen, it's also about the future and trying to see the future King Charles in action. But when we talk about the monarchy, it can never just be about the future, because the past is all around us. We're here at Canada Gate. You can see the Victoria Memorial just behind me. All the furniture, the symbols of empire are around us. When the Queen took the throne, the British Empire was just beginning to die out. What remains is the Commonwealth and 14 Commonwealth realms. Don't forget, King Charles is head of state in 14 other countries, apart from the UK. And what we are now going to see is how he deals with that relationship. King Charles arrived into Buckingham Palace to the roar of cheering crowds. All day there has been immense excitement from people here and a clamour to get close to the palace. The enthusiasm here doesn't mean that delicate diplomacy isn't needed ahead.
Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, Your Majesty.
The King held his first reception as the head of the Commonwealth at the palace this afternoon, meeting with the Commonwealth Secretary-General and High Commissioners.
They still have that.
Some of these represent Commonwealth realms, countries where the monarch remains the head of state, where in recent years some ruptures have begun. Australia has long debated moving towards republicanism. In 1975, support for it surged when the Governor-General used the authority given to him by the Queen to sack the Labour Prime Minister, and there have long been questions about how much Buckingham Palace knew. And yet Charles has been proclaimed King of Australia too.
We promise him faith and obedience. May King Charles III have long and happy years to reign over us.
Thousands gathered in a ceremony in New South Wales to watch the proclamation, which included a 21-gun salute. The country's Prime Minister, a Republican, has said he won't hold a referendum on the monarchy in his first term.
Now's not a time to talk about our system of government. Now is a time for us to pay tribute to the life of Queen Elizabeth, a life well lived.
From the embers of empire came the Commonwealth. On her 21st birthday from Cape Town, then Princess Elizabeth made a lifelong pledge in this broadcast.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
And it was a promise she saw through, championing the Commonwealth, a central feature of her reign. When she became Queen, it was made up of 8 countries formerly colonised by Britain. They joined the Commonwealth on the basis of being free and equal members. Under Elizabeth, it expanded. Now it's composed of 56 countries representing more than 2.5 billion people, from Botswana to Bangladesh, Australia to Antigua. For Queen Elizabeth, it was important to be visible as head of the Commonwealth. She made more than 200 trips to Commonwealth countries. As nations changed and controversies erupted, she maintained a largely neutral role. Yet there were moments when protecting the Commonwealth led to unusual interventions. In the mid-1980s, she was reportedly enraged with Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher for not supporting sanctions against apartheid South Africa, something most Commonwealth states wanted. Last year, Barbados cut its ties with the Queen, becoming a republic.
The time has come to fully leave our colonial past behind.
The country remains in the Commonwealth, but the move has prompted questions about other Caribbean countries. These changing winds were clear when the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge visited Jamaica recently. In Antigua, even back in 1977, amid the welcomes, there were protests against the Queen. In April this year, Edward and Sophie, the Duke and Duchess of Wessex, attempted to shore up support for the monarchy in a visit. But Antigua's Prime Minister has now said there will be a referendum on becoming a republic within 3 years. In 2018, the Queen persuaded Commonwealth leaders to support Charles as its next head. The role isn't hereditary, so it wasn't guaranteed.
It is my sincere wish that the Commonwealth will continue to offer stability and continuity for future generations, and will decide that one day the Prince of Wales should carry on the important work started by my father in 1949.
And that day has come. But what new future will King Charles now forge for a group that was originally carved from the colonial past?
With me now is Baroness Valerie Amos, International Development Secretary under Tony Blair and Britain's former High Commissioner to Australia. As a Foreign Office Minister, she was responsible for Africa and the Commonwealth. Baroness Amos, how do you see the relationship with the Commonwealth evolving during Charles III's reign?
I think it's hard to say. The Commonwealth, I think, is really important. We need to remember it's made up of very different kinds of countries, very small islands, much bigger countries that from different geographic parts of the world. The majority of those in the Commonwealth are young people. So there is a real agenda there, I think. If you think about climate change, the environment, you think about the future for young people, what is it going to look like in our world?
And that's an agenda that Charles, the new king, is keen on.
It's an agenda that King Charles is very, very keen on. And, he has played a role already through, for example, the Prince's Trust International in bringing young people across the Commonwealth together. So I think there is a role, but there is no doubt that there are countries which are both members of the Commonwealth but are also realms which have King Charles and previously had the Queen of Head of State. Some of them will be thinking about, is this a moment of transition? Is this a moment of change? Should we be doing what Barbados and others have done, which is to retain our link to the Commonwealth, but at the same time become republics?
And some of those countries have wasted no time, really, since the Queen's death in making that status plain. I mean, the leading paper in Jamaica said on Friday that the Queen's death would, and I quote, make Jamaica's break with monarchy easier. How should the new king respond to that?
I think that King Charles has been very clear. He was clear in the past. He was clear, I think, when he went to Barbados. I think people don't remember he went to Barbados when they became a republic. I think he is very clear that this is a matter for the people of those countries, that there is the issue of becoming a republic. There is a different issue, which is about remaining close to Britain, the historic and other ties which we have, continuing with those ties, and in a sense, the family of the Commonwealth continuing.
So you don't think it should be a source of embarrassment to the royal family if more and more states remove Charles, the king, as the head of state?
I absolutely do not. The world is changing. I think the fact that countries say we want our head of state not to be someone who is far away from us, but that over time we have changed, but we still recognise the historic links that we have, the close ties that we have. I think that will continue.
Is tricky though, isn't it? Because obviously the Commonwealth, as Fatima's piece made plain, goes way beyond the former British colonies. It's now 54 members, and I know
56.
56, apologies. And the Queen was proud of that growth. But it is a relic of the days of empire, isn't it?
It very much started like that. It's grown and it's expanded. And I think one of the important things about the Commonwealth is that it's a partnership, that the countries they are equal within the Commonwealth, regardless of their size, regardless of their geographical size, regardless of their population. And that kind of friendship and fellowship, which is so important in the context of the Commonwealth, I think in the modern world, in a way, remains even more important as we see some of the political, social, and other challenges. To have a place where you can have those honest conversations as leaders, equal conversations about the challenges that you face, I think is very important.
You were at the proclamation of the new king yesterday. It was a very archaic ceremony, but it was televised for the first time. How do you think, is it possible to balance sort of modern monarchy with the traditions of the past? It's an uneasy thing to do, isn't it?
Tradition and modernity is a difficult balance to strike. Our new king did that in a way as Prince of Wales. You know, he was ahead of his time in thinking about those issues around climate change and the environment. He cares passionately about education. He cares passionately about inequality, about young people. He will not be able to continue that work in the same way, but that caring that he has continues as he becomes king. So I do think it's a difficult balance to strike, but we are in a period of transition. I'm sure that there'll be ups and downs as we negotiate these new relationships, but I'm a firm believer in transparency and openness and conversation in the way that we talk about these issues.
Baroness Valerie Amos, thank you very much for joining us.
After 4 full days of lying in state, the coffin of Queen Elizabeth left Westminster Hall at 10:44 for the short journey to Westminster Abbey for a state funeral. At the Abbey, dozens of world leaders had gathered, abandoning their diaries. President Macron amongst them. President Biden given dispensation to use his bomb-proof car. But inside the Abbey, Commonwealth leaders and royalty took precedence. In the bottom of the picture, you see the US president ushered further and further back to row 14. Former prime ministers together again, as they were for the Accession Council, proclaiming Charles King just over a week ago. Amongst the last to arrive at the Abbey, two of the Queen's great-grandchildren. Prince George, now second in line to the throne. Outside Parliament, the coffin on the state gun carriage, last used at the state funeral of Winston Churchill in 1965. Pulled by tradition, by naval ratings. "40 march behind to act as brakes. The Queen's children, and behind them her grandchildren, lined up to walk behind the coffin. The coffin arrived at the Abbey for a funeral decades in the planning. With the Buckingham Palace card, now the residence of the King, it read, "In loving and devoted memory." The hymns and the readings were all in line with the Queen's wishes. Liz Truss, who she appointed as Prime Minister 2 days before her death, read the second lesson.
Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. Thanks be to God.
The Archbishop of Canterbury gave a short sermon, contrasting the Queen's lifelong service with some people, not named, who cling to power.
Few leaders receive the outpouring of love that we have seen. People of loving service are rare in any walk of life. Leaders of loving service are still rarer. But in all cases, those who serve will be loved and remembered when those who cling to power and privileges are long forgotten. The grief of this day, felt not only by the late Queen's family, but all round the nation, the Commonwealth and the world, arises from her abundant life and loving service, now gone from us.
Trumpets announced a 2-minute silence. The cameras picked out former prime ministers and cabinet ministers. And amongst the European monarchs in the prime seats, behind the candle, Spain's disgraced former king, Juan Carlos. After the national anthem, a lament from a lone piper. The coffin was then carried out and placed back on the state gun carriage. It was pulled from Westminster Abbey to the Wellington Arch at Hyde Park Corner. Prince George and Princess Charlotte looked on from a car behind. Applause broke out all the way along the route. Then, past the Albert Memorial, the journey to Windsor in the State Hearse. Some of London's busiest routes closed, lined with people, throwing flowers, cheering, taking photos. And then through more blocked-off roads until the hearse, now peppered with flowers, was joined by an escort of guards for the long walk to the castle, watched by thousands. At the bottom of the screen, you can see a horse's tail catch an RAF bandsman in the face. One brief, unscripted moment in a day of clockwork ceremonial. Inside the walls of the castle, the Queen's corgis. And again, arranged for a final march behind their mother and grandmother, the 4 children and grandsons. And for the Grenadier Guardsmen who've been pallbearers at Westminster Hall, Westminster Abbey, now their most challenging ordeal, ascending into St George's Chapel. The orb and sceptre, fastened to the coffin since the lying in state, were now removed and placed on the altar, along with the imperial state crown. And in a final ceremonial act, the Lord Chamberlain, Lord Parker, former head of MI5, broke his wand of office and placed it on the Queen's coffin. Then, as a psalm was read, the coffin descended to its final resting place in the royal family vault of St George's Chapel.
In the name of Jesus Christ, who suffered for thee, in the name of the Holy Spirit, who strengtheneth thee, in communion with the blessed saints, and aided by angels and archangels, and all the armies of the heavenly host, may thy portion this day be in peace.
After the piper's lament, the first verse of God Save the King. The King's emotion on show in a way the Queen's never was. The period of mourning drawing to a close, and with it, an era. We talk about the decades of planning that went into today. It's decades of intensive, regular, high-level planning, and that's not just because people in Whitehall and the palaces wanted to make sure that the country coped with this moment. It's also because ceremonial ambitious ceremonial, and getting it right is part of Britain's global brand. And I think there's a feeling in the Palace and in Whitehall today that that brand has been honoured and that things have gone pretty well, not just in terms of today's ceremonial, but in the build-up to it, estimating how many crowds we want to see the lying in state, and also trying to balance the sadness of the population, those people who've had a very strong affection for the Queen, with some positivity and some feeling of pride. And I think they're walking away tonight feeling that they have pulled that off. We cannot ignore what we've been talking about throughout this entire period of mourning, the fact that it comes at a point of economic crisis for many households. And just as a new Prime Minister came to office, you got a flavour of how difficult that is for Liz Truss, barely known internationally, it seems. Some Australian commentators who were doing live commentary on the state funeral didn't identify her as she walked into the palace and thought she might be a minor royal or local dignitary. But what Liz Truss is going to be doing now is bursting with announcements, and you're going to see those in the second half of this week. But the question that this leaves you with, looking at all those leaders who came to Westminster Abbey today, interrupting their schedules to be there, looking at the number of people who are watching these events across the world, the question that keeps coming back to you is how much is this unique to this very special, long-reigning monarch? The Queen will have hoped that she will have fed capital into not just the constitutional monarchy, but into the country, which can be deployed in years to come. But we are now, at the moment, after the aura of her mourning and the ceremonial attached to it, we are now beginning the era when we find out just whether we are diminished, whether our reach takes a dip without Queen Elizabeth.
Gary Gibbon in Westminster. Well, as you've just seen, people gathered in their thousands along the route to Windsor Castle to watch the Queen's journey to her final resting place, along the long walk lined with chestnut trees and up the west steps of St George's Chapel, the crowd falling silent as the procession went past. Former Prime Ministers joined members of the royal family and the Queen's personal staff at the committal service in St George's Chapel, while this evening the royal family are holding a far more private burial service. Our correspondent Andy Davis is with me, and this one is off camera.
It is a moment behind the castle walls here that none of us will see. It's expected to take place within the next 20 minutes or so, and it'll happen in a very small chapel just to the side of the choir where we saw the royal family gathered for the committal service this afternoon. It's in the King George VI Memorial Chapel, and what we understand will happen is that the King and members of his family will gather there. The King will scatter earth on the coffin of his mother, whereupon the coffin will be interred beside the remains of her husband, Prince Philip, her parents, and the ashes of her sister Margaret. It will be a final private ceremony for a family who, ever since the day the Queen died, have been immersed in this extraordinary series of ceremonial rituals and public duties which culminated in today's very moving committal service. And this is a service like the one in Westminster Abbey today, which has been followed intently by many people throughout Windsor. You know, you walk past the pubs and there are people sitting in there today in silence watching this unfold. And by the long walk, there were thousands today who'd gone there to watch that final remarkable procession. This is how the day went here in Windsor. Even a town steeped in a history of royal moments must have wondered at this one. Thousands made their way in this morning, one day perhaps to tell others, I was there. Where have you come from?
Oxford.
From up near Hull?
East Anglia.
Warminster. But I used to be stationed here in Windsor as a guardsman and for 30 years as a fireman, believe it or not. So doing the right thing, bringing the family up to say goodbye to a great monarch. It's very upsetting. I'm struggling to not cry now, so it's going to be an upsetting day.
Beneath the line of immaculate towering flags clad in wreaths, they filed past shop windows adorned in portraits. There were notices of bank holiday closures, whilst the queuing felt almost ritualised by the images of recent days. Then beneath the castle came another sweeping scene to define this day, amidst the many others on the screens before them. The long walk, spectacular backdrop to many of the Queen's state visits, now a hushed avenue of witnesses to her state funeral and its end.
This is a moment in history that will probably never be repeated. For many a time, certainly for a Queen. It's really hard to know how to sum up your feelings, because this is such a new experience for most of the nation.
I still can't believe that she's gone. Same as a lot of people, I don't think. People can't come to terms with it, I don't think. So, no, it's just very emotional.
You know, I spent my working life under the Crown. Wouldn't miss this for the world. Sad to see her go. End of an era, start of another one.
In the castle, so emblematic of era change in the House of Windsor, the chapel step-lining party took up position. And as the minute gun fired and the Sebastopol bell tolled, in the distance, the final procession began. Before the hearse, they watched the Grenadier Guards carry the Queen's company colour up towards the castle where she'd spent so much of her childhood. And as the procession swayed slowly towards the King George IV gate, there was a ripple of applause in its wake.
Totally amazing. I don't think we'll ever see anything like that again in our lifetime. Just absolutely amazing.
So glad we came. Pay our last respects.
I'm just so sad that it was the final goodbye.
I was happy that a lot of people came from all over the world to just witness her final goodbyes. And for me, that was, what can I say? It was very sad and emotional, but overwhelming at the same time.
I think what was nice about it was the fact that everyone just went silent as the coffin came past. It was just the silence. This is a mark of respect. I think that really moved me.
As the hearse entered the castle grounds, to one side they brought the Queen's fell pony, Emma, one of her favourites, it said. And when there was silence, it was arresting. And then into a chapel under whose tiles lie the remains of 3 centuries of monarchs, they carried the longest reigning of them all. There were 800 in St. George's Chapel, many of them members of the late Queen's household, past and present. And where the Queen once sat, alone in the choir at her husband's funeral, now stood her son, the King. He listened as the same passage read at the Queen's father's funeral in 1952 was read again today.
I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea.
Surrounded by his family, the King would later place the Queen's company colour on her coffin, moments before it was lowered into the vault. The first female sovereign buried here, and for many, the last they'll ever know. As they sang God Save the King, outside, on the long walk, others joined in. For many, this day had been deeply affecting. Then, as dusk settled, quietly they began to head for home, some clearly thankful to have shared in the moment. Whilst inside the castle, the royal family prepared for one final private service.
I speak to you today with feelings of profound sorrow. Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family. And we owe her the most heartfelt debt any family can owe to their mother for her love, affection, guidance, understanding, and example. Queen Elizabeth was a life well lived, a promise with destiny kept, and she is mourned most deeply in her passing. That promise of lifelong service I renew to you all today. Alongside the personal grief that all my family are feeling, we also share with so many of you in the United Kingdom, in all the countries where the Queen was head of state, in the Commonwealth and across the world, a deep sense of gratitude for the more than 70 years in which my mother, as Queen, served the people of so many nations. In 1947, on her 21st birthday, she pledged in a broadcast from Cape Town to the Commonwealth to devote her life, whether it be short or long, to the service of her peoples. That was more than a promise. It was a profound personal commitment which defined her whole life. She made sacrifices for duty. Her dedication and devotion as sovereign never wavered through times of change and progress, through times of joy and celebration, and through times of sadness and loss. In her life of service, we saw that abiding love of tradition, together with that fearless embrace of progress, which makes us great as nations. The affection, admiration, and respect she inspired became the hallmark of her reign. And as every member of my family can testify, she combined these qualities with warmth, humor, and an unerring ability always to see the best in people. I pay tribute to my mother's memory, and I honor her life of service. I know that her death brings great sadness to so many of you, and I share that sense of loss beyond measure with you all. When the Queen came to the throne, Britain and the world were still coping with the privations and aftermath of the Second World War, and still living by the conventions of earlier times. In the course of the last 70 years, we have seen our society become one of many cultures and many faiths. The institutions of the state have changed in turn. But through all changes and challenges, our nation and the wider family of realms, of whose talents, traditions, and achievements I am so inexpressibly proud, have prospered and flourished. Our values have remained and must remain constant. The role and the duties of monarchy also remain, as does the sovereign's particular relationship and responsibility towards the Church of England, the church in which my own faith is so deeply rooted. In that faith and the values it inspires, I have been brought up to cherish a sense of duty to others and to hold in the greatest respect the precious traditions, freedoms, and responsibilities of our unique history and our system of parliamentary government. As the Queen herself did with such unswerving devotion, I too now solemnly pledge myself, throughout the remaining time God grants me, to uphold the constitutional principles at the heart of our nation. And wherever you may live in the United Kingdom, or in the realms and territories across the world, and whatever may be your background or beliefs, I shall endeavor to serve you with loyalty, respect, and love, as I have throughout my life. My life will, of course, change as I take up my new responsibilities. It will no longer be possible for me to give so much of my time and energies to the charities and issues for which I care so deeply. But I know this important work will go on in the trusted hands of others. This is also a time of change for my family. I count on the loving help of my darling wife, Camilla. In recognition of her own loyal public service since our marriage 17 years ago, she becomes my Queen Consort. I know she will bring to the demands of her new role the steadfast devotion to duty on which I have come to rely so much. As my heir, William now assumes the Scottish titles which have meant so much to me. He succeeds me as Duke of Cornwall and takes on the responsibilities for the Duchy of Cornwall, which I have undertaken for more than 5 decades. Today, I am proud to create him Prince of Wales, Tywysog Cymru, the country whose title I've been so greatly privileged to bear during so much of my life and duty. With Catherine beside him, our new Prince and Princess of Wales will, I know, continue to inspire and lead our national conversations, helping to bring the marginal to the centre ground, where vital help can be given. I want also to express my love for Harry and Meghan as they continue to build their lives overseas. In a little over a week's time, we will come together as a nation, as a Commonwealth, and indeed a global community, to lay my beloved mother to rest. In our sorrow, let us remember and draw strength from the light of her example. On behalf of all my family, I can only offer the most sincere and heartfelt thanks for your condolences and support. They mean more to me than I can ever possibly express. And to my darling Mama, as you begin your last great journey to join my dear late Papa, I want simply to say this: thank you. Thank you for your love and devotion to our family and to the family of nations you have served so diligently all these years. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. I'm standing here in this exquisite chapel of St. George at Windsor Castle, so close to where my beloved mother, the late Queen, is laid to rest with my dear father. I am reminded of the deeply touching letters, cards, and messages which so many of you have sent my wife and myself, and I cannot thank you enough for the love and sympathy you have shown our whole family. Christmas is a particularly poignant time for all of us who have lost loved ones. We feel their absence at every familiar turn of the season and remember them in each cherished tradition. In the much-loved carol, O Little Town of Bethlehem, we sing of how in thy dark street shineth the everlasting light. My mother's belief in the power of that light was an essential part of her faith in God, but also her faith in people, and it is one which I share with my whole heart. It is a belief in the extraordinary ability of each person to touch with goodness and compassion the lives of others and to shine a light in the world around them. This is the essence of our community and the very foundation of our society. We see it in the selfless dedication of our armed forces and emergency services, who work tirelessly to keep us all safe, and who perform so magnificently as we mourn the passing of our late Queen. We see it in our health and social care professionals, our teachers, and indeed all those working in public service, whose skill and commitment are at the heart of our communities. And at this time of great anxiety and hardship, be it for those around the world facing conflict, famine, or natural disaster, or for those at home finding ways to pay their bills and keep their families fed and warm, we see it in the humanity of people throughout our nations and the Commonwealth, who so readily respond to the plight of others. I particularly want to pay tribute to all those wonderfully kind people who so generously give food or donations, or that most precious commodity of all, their time, to support those around them in greatest need, together with the many charitable organizations which do such extraordinary work in the most difficult circumstances. Our churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, and gurdwaras have once again united in feeding the hungry, providing love and support throughout the year. Such heartfelt solidarity is the most inspiring expression of loving our neighbour as ourselves. The Prince and Princess of Wales recently visited Wales, shining a light on practical examples of this community spirit. Some years ago, I was able to fulfill a lifelong wish to visit Bethlehem and the Church of the Nativity. There I went down into the chapel of the manger and stood in silent reverence by the silver star that is inlaid on the floor and marks the place of our Lord Jesus Christ's birth. It meant more to me than I can possibly express to stand on that spot where, as the Bible tells us, the light that has come into the world was born. While Christmas is, of course, a Christian celebration, the power of light overcoming darkness is celebrated across the boundaries of faith and belief. So whatever faith you have or whether you have none, it is in this life-giving light and with the true humility that lies in our service to others that I believe we can find hope for the future. Let us therefore celebrate it together and cherish it always. With all my heart, I wish each of you a Christmas of peace, happiness, and everlasting light.
I hope you liked today's content. Please rate and subscribe. Thank you.